Hello, and welcome back for another edition of my classic literature series and the wrap up of Carlo Collodi's Pinocchio. For those of you that may or may not be new here, welcome in. This is probably your first time stopping by the library. I am Vexen Cat, a retro tiger librarian. I read classic literature and poetry uh, to help relax people and, give them a safe place to kind of just chill and lurk if you want to. You can use the exclamation point lurk if you want to just, tuck away and just listen and not interact with chat. Otherwise, I am watching chat and I do interact with it if you guys are talking. And I just want to say hello and happy Friday. So, today we're going to be finishing part 2 of this lovely book written by the Italian author Carlo Collodi. If you haven't read the first part, yes, happy Friday. If you haven't read the first or listened to the first part, that would be my most recent video from Wednesday. I typically read Wednesday, Fridays, and Sundays, though lately Sundays have been more gaming related. So this Sunday, I will be returning to the high seas in Sea of Thieves and playing, going back to the tall tales of Monkey Island, likely with, it looks like Bear, my friend Snackery, and Valis. So I'm looking forward to that. We did that last Sunday as well. And then the following Sunday, we'll be back to our regularly scheduled bi-weekly D&D. So let's get started on the next little bit here. I do believe, yes, we finished chapter 20 and are starting on chapter 21. So wrap yourself in a blanket like Onyx Starman did. Grab yourself a cold beverage, hot beverage, whatever it is that makes you happy. I have water and I have coffee because I need caffeine and I need to regularly hydrate. Feel free to check out the channel point redeems. My channel points are stories because you're here collecting stories that I'm reading. Yes, cozy reading time. Let's see. Go over here and switch that over. And notice that the book's a little wonky. Let's fix that. Chrome, how you'll be the pain in my neck. That'll work. Perfect. All right. If everybody is ready, let's get started. We are returning to Pinocchio by Carlo Collodi. Chapter 21. Pinocchio is taken by a peasant, who obliges him to fill the place of his watchdog in the poultry yard. This can go to no good end. Pinocchio, as you can imagine, began to cry and scream, but his tears and groans were useless, for there was not a house to be seen, and not a living soul passed down the road. At last night came on, partly from the pain of the trap that cut his legs, and a little from fear at finding himself alone in the dark in the midst of the fields. The puppet was on the point of fainting. Just at that moment he saw a firefly flitting over his head. He called to it and said, "Oh, little firefly, will you have pity on me and liberate me from this torture?" "Poor boy," said the firefly, stopping and looking at him with compassion, "but how could your legs have been caught by those sharp irons?" "I came into the field to pick 2 bunches of these muscatel grapes, and—" "But were the grapes yours?" "No." "Then who taught you to carry off other people's property?" "I was so hungry." "Hunger, my boy, is not a good reason for appropriating what does not belong to us." "That is true, that is true," said Pinocchio, crying. "I will never do it again." At this moment their conversation was interrupted by a slight sound of approaching footsteps. It was the owner of the field coming on tiptoe to see if one of the polecats that ate his chickens during the night had been caught in his trap. His astonishment was great when, having brought out his lantern from under his coat, he perceived that instead of a polecat, a boy had been taken. "Ah, little thief," said the angry peasant, "then it is you who carry off my chickens." "No, it is not I. Indeed, it is not," cried Pinocchio, sobbing. "I only came into the field to take 2 bunches of grapes." "He who steals grapes is quite capable of stealing chickens. Leave it to me. I will give you a lesson that you will not forget in a hurry." Opening the trap, he seized the puppet by the collar and carried him to his house as if he had been a young lamb. When he reached the yard in front of the house, he threw him roughly on the ground, and putting his foot on his neck, he said to him, "It is late, and I want to go to bed. We will settle our accounts tomorrow. In the meanwhile, as the dog who kept guard at night died today, you shall take his place at once. You shall be my guard dog." And taking a great collar covered with brass knobs, he strapped it tightly round his throat, that he might not be able to draw his head out of it. A heavy chain attached to the collar was fastened to the wall. "If it should rain tonight," he then said to him, "you can go and lie down in the kennel. The straw that had served as a bed for my poor dog for the last 4 years is still there. If unfortunately robbers should come, remember to keep your ears pricked and to bark." After giving him this last injunction, the man went into the house, shut the door, and put up the chain. Poor Pinocchio remained lying on the ground, more dead than alive from the effects of cold, hunger, and fear. From time to time, he put his hands angrily to the collar that tightened his throat and said, crying, "It serves me right. Decidedly, it serves me right. I was determined to be a vagabond and a good-for-nothing. I would listen to bad companions, and that is why I always meet with misfortunes. If I had been a good little boy, as so many are, if I had been willing to learn and to work, if I had remained at home with my poor papa, I should not now be in the midst of the fields, obliged to be the watchdog to a peasant's house. Oh, if I could be born again! But now it is too late, and I must have patience." Relieved by this little outburst, which came straight from his heart, he went into the dog kennel and fell asleep. Wow. Thank you, Higara. Um, thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you very much. That was very, very, very kind of you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Uh, we are on to chapter 22, and as a friendly reminder, between chapters, hydrate, caffeinate, stretch if you need to, wrap up in a cozy blanket, and be sure to take care of yourself.
Drink water. Become moist.
You got it.
Snack time!
Yep.
Don't forget to stretch!
I'll have to eat the last of my chocolate, so there will be no more snacks. Just a little bit of Turon chocolate left. Unfortunately, I ate most of it. I will get more. I meant to go get some today, but my nap took precedence, so I went ahead and did that. The horror! No! Not the chocolate. Yes, the chocolate. Chapter 22. Pinocchio discovers the robbers, and as a reward for his fidelity is set at liberty. He had been sleeping heavily for about 2 hours when, towards midnight, he was roused by a whispering of strange voices that seemed to come from the courtyard. Putting the point of his nose out of the kennel, he saw 4 little beasts with dark fur that looked like cats, standing consulting together. But they were not cats. They were polecats, carnivorous little animals, especially greedy for eggs and young chickens. One of the polecats, leaving his companions, came to the opening of the kennel and said in a low voice, "Good evening, Melampo." "My name is not Melampo," answered the puppet. "Oh, then who are you?" "I am Pinocchio." "And what are you doing here?" "I am acting as watchdog." "Then where is Melampo? Where is the old dog who lived in this kennel?" "He died this morning." "Is he dead?" "Poor beast, he was so good, but judging you by your face, I should say that you were also a good dog." "I beg your pardon. I am not a dog." "Not a dog? Then what are you?" "I am a puppet." "And you are acting as watchdog?" "That is only too true as punishment." "Well then, I will offer you the same conditions that we made with the deceased Melampo, and I am sure you will be satisfied with them. That's an excellent question. What are these conditions? One night in every week you are to permit us to visit this poultry yard as we have hitherto done, and to carry off 8 chickens. Of these chickens, 7 are to be eaten by us, and 1 we will give to you, on the express understanding, however, that you pretend to be asleep, and that it never enters your head to bark and to wake the peasant. Did Melampo act in this manner? Asked Pinocchio. Certainly, and we were always on the best terms with him. Sleep quietly and rest assured that before we go, we will leave by the kennel a beautiful chicken, ready, plucked for your breakfast tomorrow. Have we understood each other clearly? Only too clearly, answered Pinocchio, and he shook his head threateningly, as much as to say, You shall hear of this shortly. The 4 polecats, thinking themselves safe, repaired to the poultry yard, which was close to the kennel. And having opened the wooden gate with their teeth and claws, they slipped in one by one. But they had only just passed through when they heard the gate shut behind them with great violence. It was Pinocchio who had shut it, and for greater security he put a large stone against it to keep it closed. He then began to bark, and he barked exactly like a dog, a watchdog. Bow wow, bow wow. Hearing the barking, the peasant jumped out of bed, and taking his gun, he came to the window and asked, What is the matter? There are robbers, answered Pinocchio. Where are they? In the poultry yard. I will come down directly. In fact, in less time than it takes to say Amen, the peasant came down. He rushed into the poultry yard, caught the polecats, and having put them into a sack, he said to them in a tone of great satisfaction, At last you have fallen into my hands. I might punish you, but I am not so cruel. I will content myself instead by carrying you in the morning to the innkeeper of the neighboring village, who will skin and cook you as hares with a sweet and sour sauce. It is an honor that you don't deserve, but generous people like me don't consider such trifles. They eat polecats? I I'm I am slightly concerned. This is wild. Okay. He then approached Pinocchio and began to caress him, and amongst other things he asked him, How did you manage to discover the 4 thieves? To think that Melampo, my faithful Melampo, never found out anything. The puppet might then have told him the whole story. He might have informed him of the disgraceful conditions that had been made between the dog and the polecats. But he remembered that the dog was dead, and he thought to himself, What is the good of accusing the dead? The dead are dead, and the best thing to be done is to leave them in peace. When the thieves got into the yard, were you asleep or awake? The peasant went on to ask him. I was asleep, answered Pinocchio, but the polecats woke me with their chatter, and one of them came to the kennel and said to me, If you promise not to bark and not to wake the master, we will make you a present of a fine chicken ready plucked. To think that they should have had the audacity to make a proposal to me, for although I am a puppet, possessing perhaps nearly all the faults in the world, there is one that I certainly will never be guilty of, that of making terms with and sharing in the gains of dishonest people. He finally learned something. Well said, my boy, cried the peasant, slapping him on the shoulder. Such sentiments do you honor, and as proof of my gratitude, I will at once set you at liberty, and you may return home. He removed the dog collar. And he removed the dog collar. Chapter 23. Pinocchio mourns the death of the beautiful child with the blue hair. He then meets with a pigeon who flies with him to the seashore, and there he throws himself into the water to go to the assistance of his father Geppetto. As soon as Pinocchio was released from the heavy and humiliating weight of the dog collar, he started off across the fields and never stopped until he had reached the high road that led to the fairy's house. There he turned and looked down into the plain beneath. He could see distinctly with his naked eye the wood where he had been so unfortunate as to meet with the fox and the cat. He could see among the trees the top of the big oak to which he had been hung. But although he looked in every direction, the little house belonging to the beautiful child with the blue hair was nowhere visible. Seized with a sad presentiment, he began to run with all the strength he had left, and in a few minutes he reached the field where the little white house had once stood. But the little white house was no longer there. He saw instead a marble stone on which were engraved these sad words: "Here lies the child with the blue hair, who died from sorrow because she was abandoned by her little brother Pinocchio." I leave you to imagine the puppet's feelings when he had with difficulty spelt out this epitaph. He fell with his face on the ground and, covering the tombstone with 1,000 kisses, burst into an agony of tears. He cried all night, and when morning came he was still crying, although he had no tears left, and his sobs and lamentations were so acute and heartbreaking that they roused the echoes in the surrounding hills. And as he wept, he said, "Oh, little fairy, why did you die? Why did I not die instead of you? I, who am so wicked, whilst you were so good. And my papa, where can he be? Oh, little fairy, tell me where I can find him, for I want to remain with him always, and never to leave him again, never again. Oh, little fairy, tell me that it is not true that you are dead. If you really love me, if you really love your little brother, come to life again. Come to life as you were before. Does it not grieve you to see me alone and abandoned by everybody? If assassins come, they will hang me again to the branch of a tree. And then I should die indeed. What do you imagine that I can do here alone in the world? Now that I have lost you and my papa, who will give me food? Where shall I go to sleep at night? Who will make me a new jacket? Oh, it would be better, 100 times better, that I should die also. Yes, I want to die. I. And in his despair he tried to tear his hair, but his hair, being made of wood, he could not even have the satisfaction of sticking his fingers into it. Just then, a large pigeon flew over his head, and stopping with distended wings, called down to him from a great height, "Tell me, child, what are you doing there?" "Don't you see I am crying?" said Pinocchio, raising his head towards the voice and rubbing his eyes with his jacket. "Tell me," continued the pigeon, "amongst your companions, do you happen to know a puppet who is called Pinocchio?" "Pinocchio? Did you say Pinocchio?" repeated the puppet, jumping quickly to his feet. "I am Pinocchio." The pigeon, at this answer, descended to the ground. He was larger than a turkey. "Do you also know Geppetto?" he asked. "Do I know him? He is my poor papa. Has he perhaps spoken to you of me? Will you take me to him? Is he still alive? Answer me, for pity's sake. Is he still alive? I left him 3 days ago on the seashore. What was he doing? He was building a little boat for himself to cross the ocean. For more than 3 months, that poor man has been going all round the world looking for you. Not having succeeded in finding you, he has now taken it into his head to go to the distant countries of the New World in search of you. How far is it from here to the shore? Asked Pinocchio breathlessly. More than 600 miles. 600 miles! Oh, beautiful pigeon, what a fine thing it would be to have your wings. If you wish to go, I will carry you there. How? Astride on my back. Do you weigh much? I weigh next to nothing. I am as light as a feather. And without waiting for more, Pinocchio jumped at once on the pigeon's back. And putting a leg on each side of him, as men do on horseback, he exclaimed joyfully, "Gallops! Gallop, my little horse, for I am anxious to arrive quickly." Pinocchio? Don't piss off the pigeon. Oh no. The pigeon took flight, and in a few minutes had soared so high that they almost touched the clouds. Finding himself at such an immense height, the puppet had the curiosity to turn and look down, but his head spun round, and he became so frightened that to save himself from the danger of falling, he wound his arms tightly round the neck of his feathered steed. Let's look at this picture real quick. So this is from Maria L. Kirk here, this painting done watercolor style by the look of it. Very nice. Gallop, gallop, my little horse. I agree, Onyx. This version's a little bit more dark. Is that a giant burb or a tiny Pinocchio? It is both. Pinocchio himself is very small, but the pigeon, it said, was larger than a turkey. So, scale. Let's see here. They flew all day. They flew all day. Towards evening, the pigeon said, "I am very thirsty." "And I am very hungry," rejoined Pinocchio. Let us stop at that dovecot for a few moments, and then we will continue our journey. Oh man. Let us stop at the dovecot for a few minutes, and then we will continue our journey that we may reach the seashore by dawn tomorrow. Welcome, Hirian. They went into a deserted dovecot, where they found nothing but a basin full of water and a basket full of vetch. The puppet had never in his life been able to eat vetch. According to him, it made him sick and revolted him. That evening, however, he ate to repletion, and when he had nearly emptied the basket, he turned to the pigeon and said to him, "I never could have believed that vetch was so good." "Be assured, my boy," replied the pigeon, "that when hunger is real and there is nothing else to eat, even vetch becomes delicious. Hunger knows neither caprice nor greediness." Having quickly finished their little meal, they recommenced their journey and flew away. The following morning they reached the seashore. The pigeon placed Pinocchio on the ground, and not wishing to be troubled with thanks for having done a good action, flew quickly away and disappeared. The shore was crowded with people who were looking out to sea, shouting and gesticulating. What had happened? Asked Pinocchio of an old woman. A poor father who has lost his son has gone away in a boat to search for him on the other side of the water. And today the sea is tempestuous and the little boat is in danger of sinking. Hi, Barksy. Where is the little boat? It is out there in line with my finger, said the old woman, pointing to a little boat which, seen at that distance, looked like a nutshell with a very little man in it. Pinocchio fixed his eyes on it, and after looking attentively, he gave a piercing scream, crying, "It is my papa! It is my papa!" The boat, meanwhile, beaten by the fury of the waves, at one moment disappeared in the trough of the sea, and the next came again to the surface. Pinocchio, standing on the top of a high rock, kept calling to his father by name, and making every kind of signal to him with his hands, his handkerchief, and his cap. And although he was so far off, Geppetto appeared to recognize his son, for he also took off his cap and waved it, and tried by gestures to make him understand that he would have returned if it had been possible. But the sea was so tempestuous that he could not use his oars or approach the shore. Suddenly, a tremendous wave rose, and the boat disappeared. Poor man. They waited, hoping it would come again to the surface, but it was seen no more. Poor man, said the fishermen who were assembled on the shore, and murmuring a prayer, they turned to go home. Just then they heard a desperate cry, and looking back they saw a little boy who exclaimed as he jumped from rock into the sea, "I will save my papa!" Pinocchio, being made of wood, floated easily, and he swam like a fish. At one moment they saw him disappear under the water, carried down by the fury of the waves, and next he appeared struggling with an arm with a leg or an arm, and at last they lost sight of him, and he was seen no more. Poor boy, said the fishermen, who were collected on the shore, and murmuring a prayer, they returned home. I guess they're used to this sort of thing. It's kind of silly. We're at chapter 24, and as a friendly reminder between chapters, hydrate, snack, stretch, grab a blanket if you need to, caffeinate if you need to, and we'll see how this goes. We also have a little bit of a prediction put up on by my mods of how many lies will Pinocchio tell today? 5 or less? 30. 5 or more? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of people thinking he's going to lie his way through everything. Let's see how this goes. 24. Pinocchio arrives at the island of the industrious bees and finds the fairy again. Pinocchio, hoping to be in time to help his father, swam the whole night, and what a horrible night it was. The rain came down in torrents, it hailed, the thunder was frightful, and the flashes of lightning made it as light as day. Towards morning he saw a long strip of land not far off. It was an island in the midst of the sea. He tried his utmost to reach the shore, but it was all in vain. The waves, racing and tumbling over each other, knocked him about as if he had been a stick or a wisp of straw. At last, fortunately for him, a billow rolled up with such a fury and impetuosity that he was lifted up and thrown violently far on to the sands. He fell with such force that as he struck the ground, his ribs and all his joints cracked. But he comforted himself, saying, "This time also I have made a wonderful escape." Little by little the sky cleared, the sun shone out in all his splendor, and the sea became as quiet and smooth as oil. The puppet put his clothes in the sun to dry, and began to look in every direction in hopes of seeing on the vast expanse of water a little boat with a little man in it. But although he looked and looked, he could see nothing but the sky and the sea and the sail of some ship, but so far away that it seemed no bigger than a fly. "If I only knew what this island was called," he said to himself. "If I only knew whether it was inhabited by civilized people, I mean by people who have not got the bad habit of hanging boys to the branches of the trees. But who can I ask? Who, if there is nobody?" This idea of finding himself alone, alone, all alone in the midst of this great uninhabited country, made him so melancholy that he was just beginning to cry. But at that moment, at a short distance from the shore, he saw a big fish swimming by. It was going quietly on its own business, with its head out of the water. Not knowing its name, the puppet called to it in a loud voice to make himself heard. "Eh, Sir Fish, will you permit me a word with you?" "Two, if you like," answered the fish, who was a dolphin, and so polite that few familiar are to be found in any sea in the world. And so polite that few similar are to be found in any sea in the world. "Will you be kind enough to tell me if there are villages in this island where it would be possible to obtain something to eat without running the danger of being eaten?" "Certainly there are," replied the dolphin. "Indeed, you will find one at a short distance from here." "And what road must I take to go there?" "You must take the path to your left and follow your nose. You cannot make a mistake." "Will you tell me another thing? You who swim about the sea all day and all night, have you by chance met a little boat with my papa in it?" "And who is your papa?" "He is the best papa in the world, whilst it would be difficult to find a worse son than I am." "During the terrible storm last night," answered the dolphin, "the little boat must have gone to the bottom." "And my papa?" "He must have been swallowed by the terrible dogfish, who for some days past has been spreading devastation and ruin in our waters." "Is this dogfish very big?" asked Pinocchio, who was already beginning to quake with fear. "Hi, Greebles." "Big," replied the dolphin. "That you may form some idea of his size, I need only tell you that he is bigger than a 5-storied house, and that his mouth is so enormous and so deep that a railway train with its smoking engine could pass very easily down his great throat." "Mercy upon us!" exclaimed the terrified puppet. And putting on his clothes with the greatest haste, he said to the dolphin, "Goodbye, Sir Fish. Excuse the trouble I have given you, and many thanks for your politeness." He then took the path that was pointed out to him and began to walk fast, so fast indeed that he was almost running, and at the slightest noise he turned to look behind him, fearing that he might see the terrible dogfish with a railway train in its mouth following him. Ah, what an imagination dear Pinocchio has. After a walk of half an hour, he reached a little village, the village of the industrious bees. The road was alive with people running here and there to attend their business. All were at work. All had something to do. You could not have found an idler or a vagabond, and not even if you had searched for him with a lighted lamp. "Ah," said that lazy Pinocchio at once, "I see that this village will never suit me. I wasn't born to work." Pinocchio, so help me. In the meanwhile, he was tormented by hunger, for he had eaten nothing for 24 hours, not even vetch. What was he to do? There were only two ways by which he could obtain food, either by asking for a little work, or by begging for a halfpenny or for a mouthful of bread. He was ashamed to beg, for his father had always preached to him that no one had a right to beg except the aged and the infirm. The really poor in this world, deserving of compassion and assistance, are only those who from age or sickness are no longer able to earn their own bread with the labor of their hands. It is the duty of everyone else to work, and if they will not work, so much the worse for them if they suffer from hunger. At that moment a man came down the road, tired and panting for breath. He was dragging alone, with fatigue and difficulty, 2 carts full of charcoal. Pinocchio, judging by his face that he was a kind man, approached him, and casting down his eyes with shame, he said in a low voice, "Would you have the charity to give me 2 halfpenny, for I am dying of hunger?" "You shall not only you shall not ha- you shall have not only a halfpenny," said the man, "but I will give you 2 pence, provided you help me to drag home these 2 carts of charcoal." "I am surprised at you," answered the puppet in a tone of offense. "Let me tell you that I am not accustomed to do the work of a donkey. I have never drawn a cart." "So much the better for you," answered the man. "Then, my boy, if you are really dying of hunger, eat 2 fine slices of your pride, and be careful not to get an indigestion." A few minutes afterwards, a mason passed down the road carrying on his shoulders a basket of lime. "Would you have the charity, good man, to give a halfpenny to a poor boy who was yawning for want of food?" "Willingly," answered the man. "Come with me and carry the lime, and instead of a halfpenny I will give you 5." "But the lime is heavy," objected Pinocchio, "and I don't want to tire myself." "If you don't want to tire yourself, then, my boy, amuse yourself with yawning, and much good may it do you." In less than half an hour, 20 other people went by, and Pinocchio asked charity of them all, but they all answered, "Are you not ashamed to beg? Instead of idling about the roads, go and look for a little work and learn to earn your bread." But at last a nice little woman carrying 2 cans of water came by. "Oh, thank you, Higara. Um, will you let me drink a little water out of your can?" asked Pinocchio, who was burning with thirst. "Drink, my boy, if you wish it," said the little woman, setting down the 2 cans. Pinocchio drank like a fish, and as he dried his mouth he mumbled, "I have quenched my thirst. If I could only appease my hunger." The good woman, hearing these words, said, "If you will help me to carry home these 2 cans of water, I will give you a fine piece of bread." Pinocchio looked at the can and answered neither yes nor no, and besides the bread, you shall have a nice dish of cauliflower dressed with oil and vinegar," added the good woman. "Never tried that dish before." Pinocchio gave another look at the can and answered neither yes nor no. "And after the cauliflower, I will give you a beautiful bonbon full of syrup." The temptation of this last dainty was so great that Pinocchio could resist no longer. And with an air of decision, he said, "I must have patience. I will carry the can to your house." Apparently, like most small children, he can be bribed with treats. Who knew? The can was heavy, and the puppet, not being strong enough to carry it in his hand, had to resign himself to carry it on his head. When they reached the house, the good little woman made Pinocchio sit down at a small table already laid, and she placed before him the bread, the cauliflower, and the bonbon. Pinocchio did not eat. He devoured. His stomach was like an apartment that had been left empty and uninhabited for 5 months. When his ravenous hunger was somewhat appeased, he raised his head to thank his benefactress. But he had no sooner looked at her than he gave a prolonged "oh" of astonishment and continued staring at her, with wide open eyes, his fork in the air and his mouth full of bread and cauliflower, as if he had been bewitched. "What has surprised you so much?" asked the good woman, laughing. "It is," answered the puppet, "it is that you are that you remind me. Yes, yes, the same voice, the same eyes, the same hair. Yes. You have blue hair as she had. Oh, little fairy, tell me that it is you, really you. Do not make me cry any more. If you knew, I have cried so much, I have suffered so much." And throwing himself at her feet, on the floor, Pinocchio embraced the knees of the mysterious little woman and began to cry bitterly. That escalated quickly. He took one look at her and was like, "Oh, it's you!" We are between chapters, and I haven't said it in a minute, so I will just make a reminder. If you need to, be sure to hydrate, grab a snack, take care of yourself. Okay? We are on to chapter 25. Pinocchio promises the fairy to be good and studious, for he is quite sick of being a puppet and wishes to become an exemplary boy. At first, the good little woman maintained that she was not the little fairy with blue hair, but seeing that she was found out, and not wishing to continue the comedy any longer, she ended by making herself known, and she said to Pinocchio, "You little rogue, how did you ever discover who I was? It was my great affection for you that told me. Do you remember? You left me a child, and now that you have found me again, I am a woman almost old enough to be your mamma. I am delighted at that, for now, instead of calling you little sister, I will call you mamma. I have wished for such a long time to have a mamma like other boys. But how did you manage to grow so fast? That is a secret. Teach it to me, for I should also like to grow. Don't you see I always remain no bigger than a ninepin?" "But you cannot grow," replied the fairy. "Why?" "Because puppets never grow. They are born puppets, live puppets, and die puppets." "Oh, I am sick of being a puppet," cried Pinocchio, giving himself a slap. "It is time that I became a man." "And you will become one if you know how to deserve it." "Not really. What can I do to deserve it?" "A very easy thing, by learning to be a good boy. And you think I am not. You are quite the contrary. Good boys are obedient, and I never obey. Good boys like to learn and to work, and I instead lead an idle, vagabond life the year through. Good boys always speak the truth, and I always tell lies. Good boys go willingly to school, and school gives me pain all over my body, but from today I will change my life." Is that a lie or is that a truth? We shall see. "Do you promise me?" I promise you, I will become a good little boy and I will be the consolation of my papa. Where is my poor papa at this moment? I do not know. I see no. Shall I ever have the happiness of seeing him again and kissing him? I think so. Indeed, I am sure of it. At this answer, Pinocchio was so delighted that he took the fairy's hands and began to kiss them with such fervor that he seemed beside himself. Then, raising his face and looking at her lovingly, he asked, "Tell me, little mamma, then it was not true that you were dead?" "It seems not," said the fairy, smiling. "If you only knew the sorrow I felt and the tightening of my throat when I read, 'Here lies.' I know it, and it is on that account that I have forgiven you. I saw from your sincerity of your grief that you had a good heart, and when boys have good hearts, even if they are scamps and have got bad habits, there is always something to hope for. That is, there is always hope that they will turn to better ways. That is why I came to look for you here. I will be your mamma." "Oh, how delightful!" shouted Pinocchio, jumping for joy. "You must obey me and do everything that I bid you." "Willingly, willingly, willingly." "Tomorrow," rejoined the fairy, "you will begin to go to school." Pinocchio became at once a little less joyful. "Then you must choose an art or a trade according to your own wishes." Pinocchio became very grave. "What are you muttering between your teeth?" asked the fairy in an angry voice. "I was saying," moaned the puppet in a low voice, "that it seemed to me too late for me to go to school now." "No, sir. Keep it in mind that it is never too late to learn and to instruct ourselves." Truth. It is never too late to learn. Just life lesson right there. Let me put that in. Life lesson. Important. It's never too late to learn. But I do not wish to follow either an art or a trade. Why? Because it tires me to work. "My boy," said the fairy, "those who talk in that way end almost always either in prison or in the hospital. Let me tell you that every man, whether he is born rich or poor, is obliged to do something in this world, to occupy himself, to work. Woe to those who lead slothful lives. Sloth is a dreadful illness. It must be cured at once in childhood. If not, when we are old, it can never be cured." Pinocchio was touched by these words, and lifting his head quickly, he said to the fairy, "I will study, I will work, I will do all that you tell me, for indeed I have become weary of being a puppet, and I wish at any price to become a boy. You promised me that I should, did you not?" "I did promise you, and now it depends upon yourself." Yes, you were called out. Um, just it's lovely seeing you here. I just wanted to say hello to everyone that's popping in. We've read a couple chapters so far, starting with chapter 21. We are on to chapter 26 next. We're about that 1 hour mark where Twitch wants me to, advertise something to you. So I'm going to go ahead and go on a quick 3-minute break. And when I come back, we'll get started on the next chapter. So be right back. All of you, take time during the break, hydrate, caffeinate, grab a comfortable blanket. I need to get me one of those comfy blanket emotes.
Drink water.
That's a good one.
Become moist.
Yep, my mods are making sure to take care of me. Thank you.
Snack time!
Sure enough, I'll refill my water while I'm at it. All right, I will be right back. My apologies for taking slightly longer. One of my cats is trying to make herself comfortable, and I wanted to make sure she had a little bed and all of the pettings that she deserves. Hi, Excalibursaurus Rex. Do you prefer to go by Excalibursaurus, or do you prefer Rex? Thank you, Barksy. Yes, make sure the cat is comfortable so she can listen while I read too. Oh man, so cute. Okay. Rex is fine. Okay. I will remember. Welcome in, Rex. So we are returning to Pinocchio, and we are now on to chapter 26. We've got about 100 pages to read, so I'm pretty sure we're going to cook those down pretty fast. So probably in the next hour and a half to 2 hours, we will finish our book. Excalibursaurus. I don't know, I could probably get used to saying that pretty easily. Chapter 26. Pinocchio accompanies his schoolfellows to the seashore to see the terrible dogfish. As described, I'm sure it's massive. 5 stories, so big a train and its engine could pass through its esophagus. It's a big fish. The following day, Pinocchio went to the government school. Imagine the delight of all the little rogues when they saw a puppet walk into their school. They set up a roar of laughter that never ended. They played him all sorts of tricks. One boy carried off his cap, another pulled his jacket behind, one tried to give him a pair of inky mustachios just under his nose. Another attempted to tie his shoestrings to his feet and hands to make him dance. For a short time, Pinocchio pretended not to care and got on as well as he could, but at last, losing all patience, he turned to those who were teasing him most and making game of him, and said to them, looking very angry, "Beware, boys. I am not come here to be your buffoon. I respect others, and I intend to be respected." "Well said, boaster. You have spoken like a book," howled the young rascals, convulsed with mad laughter, and one of them, more impertinent than the others, stretched out his hand intending to seize the puppet by the end of his nose. But he was not in time, for Pinocchio stuck his leg out from under the table and gave him a great kick on his shins. "Oh, what hard feet!" roared the boy, rubbing the bruise that the puppet had given him. "Mind you, he has wooden feet." "And what elbows! Even harder than his feet," said another, who, for his rude tricks, had received a blow in the stomach. But nevertheless, the kick and the blow acquired at once for Pinocchio the sympathy and the esteem of all the boys in the school. They all made friends with him and liked him heartily. I guess rough housing is the solution. In the very, very beginning of the early part of the book, we had Master Cherry, the carpenter, and Geppetto. And Geppetto didn't want to be called Polendina, which was a Italian corn custard name, because his hair looked like a yellow pudding cup. And yeah, they wrestled like multiple times during the very beginning of this book for no reason at all that I could ascertain, other than they were old men that wanted to fight about something. But there you go. Pudding hair, exactly. Let me... Okay, there we go. Remind me to show you the very beginning of the book. The first painting by Maria L. Kirk is Pinocchio ripping off his wig. It's really funny. And even the master for he found him attentive, studious, and intelligent, always the first to come to school and the last to leave when school was over. But he had one fault. He made too many friends, and amongst them were several young rascals well known for their dislike to study and love of mischief. The master warned him every day, and even the good fairy never failed to tell him, and to repeat constantly, "Take care, Pinocchio. Those bad schoolfellows of yours will end sooner or later by making you lose all love of study, and perhaps even they may bring upon you some great misfortune." "There is no fear of that," answered the puppet, shrugging his shoulders and touching his forehead as much as to say, "There is so much sense here." Now it happened that one fine day, as he was on his way to school, he met several of his usual companions who, coming up to him, asked, "Have you heard the great news?" "No." "In the sea near here, a dogfish has appeared as big as a mountain." "Not really. Can it be the same dogfish that was there when my poor papa was drowned?" "We are going to the shore to see him. Will you come with us?" "No, I am going to school." "What matters school? We can go to school tomorrow. Whether we have a lesson more or a lesson less, we shall always remain the same donkeys." "But what will the master say?" "The master may say what he likes. He is paid on purpose to grumble all day." "And my mamma?" "Mammas know nothing," answered those bad little boys. "Do you know what I will do?" said Pinocchio. "I have reasons for wishing to see the dogfish, but I will go and see him when school is over." "Poor donkey!" exclaimed one of the number. "Do you suppose that a fish of that size will wait your convenience? As soon as he is tired of being here, he will start for another place, and then it will be too late." "How long does it take from here to the shore?" asked the puppet. "We can be there and back in an hour." "Then away!" shouted Pinocchio, "and he who runs fastest is the best." Having thus given the signal to start, the boys with their books and copybooks under their arms rushed off across the field, and Pinocchio was always the first. He seemed to have wings to his feet. From time to time he turned to jeer at his companions, who were some distance behind, and seeing them panting for breath, covered with dust, and their tongues hanging out of their mouths, he laughed heartily. The unfortunate boy little knew what terrors and horrible disasters he was going to meet with. Dun dun dun. Oh no! Just a quick reminder, hydrate, caffeinate, take care of yourself. If you need to step away, do so. Yes, dun dun dun. I don't have that, actually. I have a number of really cute audio cues, but I don't have a dun dun dun. I'll have to write that down and remember. That would be a fun one. Plot twist! Well, thank you. My character was designed by C. Gennari. They're actually a streamer. They don't stream that often, but they have an amazing repertoire of art that they've done. They are in the process of finishing school, I believe. Um, can I get a shout out for C. Gennari when somebody has a second? We are on to chapter 27. Great fight between Pinocchio and his companions. One of them is wounded, and Pinocchio is arrested by the gendarmes. When he arrived on the shore, Pinocchio looked out to sea, but he saw no dogfish. The sea was as smooth as a great crystal mirror. "Where is the dogfish?" he asked, turning to his companions. "He must have gone to have his breakfast," said one of them, laughing. Or he has thrown himself onto his bed to have a little nap, added another, laughing still louder. From their absurd answers and silly laughter, Pinocchio perceived that his companions had been making a fool of him. In inducing him to believe a tale with no truth in it, taking it very badly, he said to them angrily, "And now may I ask what fun you could find in deceiving me with the story of the dogfish?" "Oh, it was great fun," answered the little rascals in chorus. "And what did it consist?" "In making you miss school and persuading you to come with us. Are you not ashamed of being always so punctual and so diligent with your lessons? Are you not ashamed of studying so hard?" "Oh, welcome in, Curious." We are on bear with me. We're on chapter 27. So, welcome in. Original Hamster. What a name. That's fantastic. I am in the process of reading Pinocchio. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Vexing Cat, a retro tiger librarian. I read classic literature and poetry, and I appreciate you dropping by while I am reading Pinocchio. So, I haven't quite got the hang of the whole Raiders like little blurb, but I'll get there. I appreciate each and every one of you that is following. Thank you so much. I'm helping to make my dream a reality, and streaming is a very small part of what I'm trying to achieve. Eventually, when I have a large network of people, I do hope to be supportive of a number of libraries, both local and international. Room to Read is probably my number one charity that I want to work with. They provide learning materials and books for children that don't have access to them otherwise. So, anyway, enough about my platform. Welcome in, sit down, relax. If you need to step away, grab something to drink, grab a snack. I'll be reading. So, and you can come back in anytime. And Curious, if you need to step away too, go take care of yourself. We'll see you when you come back. Okay, we return to chapter 27. "And if I study hard, what concern is it of yours? It concerns us excessively because it makes us appear in a bad light to the master. Why? Because boys who study make those who, like us, have no wish to learn seem worse by comparison, and that is too bad. We too have our pride. Then what must I do to please you? You must follow our example and hate school, lessons, and the master, our three greatest enemies. And if I wish to continue my studies? In that case, we will have nothing more to do with you, and at the first opportunity we will make you pay for it." "Really?" said the puppet, shaking his head. "You make me inclined to laugh." "Eh, Pinocchio!" shouted the biggest of the boys, confronting him. "None of your superior airs. Don't come here to crow over us. For if you are not afraid of us, we are not afraid of you. Remember that you are 1 against 7 of us." "7? Like the 7 deadly sins?" said Pinocchio with a shout of laughter. "7, like the 7 deadly sins," said Pinocchio with a shout of laughter. "Listen to him! He has insulted us all. He called us the 7 deadly sins." "Pinocchio, I beg pardon, or it will be worse for you." "Cuckoo!" sang the puppet, putting his forefinger to the end of his nose, scoffingly. "Pinocchio, it will end badly. Cuckoo! You will get as many blows as a donkey. Cuckoo! You will return home with a broken nose. Cuckoo!" "Ah, you shall have the cuckoo from me," said the most courageous of the boys. "Take that to begin with, and keep it for your supper tonight." And so saying, he gave him a blow on the head with his fist. But it was give and take, for the puppet, as was to be expected, immediately returned the blow, and the fight in a moment became general and desperate. Pinocchio, although he was alone, defended himself like a hero. He used his feet, which were of the hardest wood, to such purpose that he kept his enemies at a respectful distance. Wherever they touched, they left a bruise by way of reminder. The boys, becoming furious at not being able to measure themselves hand to hand with the puppet and recourse to other weapons, loosened their satchels. They commenced throwing their school books at him, grammars, dictionaries, spelling books, geography books, and other scholastic works. What a waste of books. They had nothing to do with this. But Pinocchio was quick and had sharp eyes, and always managed to duck in time so the books passed over his head and all fell into the sea. Oh no! No! The books are in the sea! That's unfortunate. Imagine the astonishment of the fish. Imagine my astonishment. Thinking that the books were something to eat, they all arrived in shoals. But having tasted a page or two, or a frontispiece, they spat it quickly out and made a wry face that seemed to say, "It isn't food for us. We are accustomed to something much better." The battle, meantime, had become fiercer than ever, when a big crab, who had come out of the water and had climbed slowly up on to the shore, called out in a hoarse voice that sounded like a trumpet with a bad cold,
Have done with that, you young ruffians, for you are nothing else. These hand-to-hand fights between boys seldom finish well. Some disaster is sure to happen.
Poor crab. He might as well have preached to the wind. Even the young rascal Pinocchio, turning round, looked at him mockingly and said rudely, "Hold your tongue, you tiresome crab. You had better suck some licorice lozenges to cure that cold in your throat, or better still, go to bed and try to get a reaction." Just then, the boys, who had no more books of their own to throw, spied at a little distance the satchel that belonged to Pinocchio, and they took possession of it in less time than it takes to tell. Amongst the books there was one bound in strong cardboard, with the back and points of parchment. It was a treatise on arithmetic. I leave you to imagine if it was big or not. One of the boys seized this volume and, aiming at Pinocchio's head, threw it at him with all the force he could muster. But instead of hitting the puppet, it struck one of his companions on the temple, who, turning as white as a sheet, said only, "Oh, mother, help! I am dying!" and fell his whole length on the sand. Thinking he was dead, the terrified boys ran off as hard as their legs could carry them, and in a few minutes they were out of sight. But Pinocchio remained. Although from grief and fright he was more dead than alive, nevertheless he ran and soaked his handkerchief in the sea and began to bathe the temples of his poor schoolfellow. Crying bitterly in his despair, he kept calling him by name and saying to him, "Eugene, my poor Eugene, open your eyes and look at me. Why do you not answer? I did not do it. Indeed, it was not I that hurt you so. Believe me, it was not. Open your eyes, Eugene. If you keep your eyes shut, I shall die too. Oh, what shall I do? How shall I ever return home? How can I ever have the courage to go back to my good mamma? What will become of me? Where can I fly to? Oh, how much better it would have been, 1,000 times better, if I had only gone to school. Why did I listen to my companions? They have been my ruin, the master said to me, and my mamma repeated it often. Beware of bad companions, but I am an obstinate and a wilful fool. I let them talk, and then I always take my own way, and I have to suffer for it, and so, ever since I have been in the world, I have never had a happy quarter of an hour. Oh dear! What will become of me? What will become of me? What will become of me?" And Pinocchio began to cry and sob, to strike his head with his fists, and to call poor Eugene by his name. Suddenly he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned and saw two carabineers. "What are you doing there lying on the ground?" they asked Pinocchio. "I am helping my schoolfellow." "Has he been hurt?" "So it seems." "Hurt indeed," said one of the carabineers, stooping down and examining Eugene closely. "This boy has been wounded in the temple. Who wounded him?" "Not I," stammered the puppet breathlessly. "If it was not you, then who then did it?" "Not I," repeated Pinocchio. "And with what was he wounded?" "With this book." And the puppet picked up from the ground the treatise on arithmetic, bound in cardboard and parchment, and showed it to the carabineer. "And to whom does this book belong?" "To me." "That is enough. Nothing more is wanted. Get up and come with us at once." "But I—" "Come along with us." "But I am innocent." "Come along with us." Before they left, the carabineers called some fishermen who were passing at that moment near the shore in their boat, and said to them, "We give this boy who has been wounded in the head into your charge. Carry him to your house and nurse him. Tomorrow we will come and see him." They then turned to Pinocchio, and having placed him between them, they said to him in a commanding voice, "Forward, and walk quickly, or it will be the worse for you." Without requiring it to be repeated, the puppet set out along the road leading to the village. But the poor little devil hardly knew where he was. He thought he must be dreaming, and what a dreadful dream! He was beside himself. He saw double, his legs shook, his tongue clung to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a word. And yet, in the midst of his stupefaction and apathy, his heart was pierced by a cruel thorn. The thought that he would have to pass under the windows of the good fairy's house between the carabineers, he would rather have died. They had already reached the village when a gust of wind blew Pinocchio's cap off his head and carried it 10 yards off. "Will you permit me," said the puppet to the carabineers, "to go and get my cap?" "Go then, but be quick about it." The puppet went and picked up his cap, but instead of putting it on his head, he took it between his teeth and began to run as hard as he could towards the seashore. The carabineers, thinking it would be difficult to overtake him, sent after him a large mastiff who had won the first prizes at all the dog races. Pinocchio ran, but the dog ran faster. The people came to their windows and crowded into the street in their anxiety to see the end of the desperate race. But they could not satisfy their curiosity, for Pinocchio and the dog raised such clouds of dust that in a few minutes nothing could be seen of either of them. Man, that dog is just booking it. Are you happy over there? Yeah? What do you think? Do you want to lay down again? No? Okay. Doing cat stuff? Ow, 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 ow. Yep, okay. How's that? Is that better? She's like, nope. Okay. I'll let you out. Out you go. Oh, cats. Gotta love them. She decided she wanted to let me know she wanted to be let out by putting very large nails into my knee. Ah. So sweet. Welcome home. Sounds good, Snackery. Take care of yourself. We are on to chapter 28. Pinocchio is in danger of being fried in a frying pan like a fish. Oh dear. There came a moment in the desperate race, a terrible moment, when Pinocchio thought himself lost. If you must know that Aldidoro, Alidoro, okay, there we go, that Alidoro, for so the mastiff was called, had run so swiftly that he had nearly come up with him. The puppet could hear the panting of the dreadful beast close behind him. There was not a hand's breadth between them. He could even feel the dog's hot breath. Oh man, what a vibe. Oh, the water is spicy, Mama. Goodness, I have the LMNT spicy mango in my water today for electrolytes. Fortunately, the shore was close, and the sea but a few steps off. As soon as he reached the sands, the puppet made a wonderful leap. A frog could have done no better, and plunged into the water. Alidoro, on the contrary, wished to stop himself, but carried away by the impetus of the race, he also went into the sea. The unfortunate dog could not swim, but he made great efforts to keep himself afloat with his paws. But the more he struggled, the farther he sank, head downwards under the water. When he rose to the surface again, his eyes were rolling with terror, and he barked out, "I am drowning! I am drowning!" "Drown!" shouted Pinocchio from a distance, seeing himself safe from all danger. "Help me, dear Pinocchio! Save me from death!" Did the puppet just say to the dog, "Drown"? Just do it.
Do it.
Die. Just wow. Aggressive, Pinocchio. Aggressive. At that agonizing cry, the puppet, who had in reality an excellent heart, was moved with compassion, and turning to the dog, he said, "But if I save your life, will you promise to give me no further annoyance and not to run after me?" "I promise, I promise." "Be quick, for pity's sake, for if you delay another half-minute, I shall be dead." Pinocchio hesitated, but remembering that his father had often told him that a good action is never lost, he swam to Alidoro, and taking hold of his tail with both hands, brought him safe and sound on to the dry sand of the beach. The poor dog could not stand. He had drunk against his will so much salt water that he was like a balloon. The puppet, however, not wishing to trust him too far, thought it was more prudent to jump again into the water. When he had swum some distance from the shore, he called out to his friend he had rescued, "Goodbye, Alidoro, a good journey to you, and take my compliments to all at home." "Goodbye, Pinocchio," answered the dog. "1,000 thanks for having saved my life. You have done me a great service, and in this world what is given is returned." Pinocchio swam on. "Oh, if any, you have done me a great service, and in this world what is given is returned. If an occasion offers, I shall not forget it." Pinocchio swam on, keeping always near the land. At last he thought that he had reached a safe place. Giving a look along the shore, he saw amongst the rocks a kind of cave from which a cloud of smoke was ascending. "In that cave," he said to himself, "there must be a fire. So much the better. I will go and dry and warm myself, and then we shall see." Turn that on. Dun, dun. There we go. Having taken this resolution, he approached the rocks. But as he was going to climb up, he felt something under the water that rose higher and carried him into the air. He tried to escape, but it was too late, for to his extreme surprise, he found himself enclosed in a great net, together with a swarm of fish of every size and shape, who were flapping and struggling like so many despairing souls. At the same moment, a fisherman came out of the cave. He was so ugly, so horribly ugly, that he looked like a sea monster. Instead of hair, his head was covered with a thick bush of green grass. His skin was green, his eyes were green, his long beard that came down to the ground was also green. He had the appearance of an immense lizard standing on its hind paws. When the fisherman had drawn his net out of the sea, he exclaimed with great satisfaction, "Thank heaven! Again today I shall have a splendid feast of fish." "What a mercy that I am not a fish," said Pinocchio to himself, regaining a little courage. The net full of fish was carried into the cave, which was dark and smoky. In the middle of the cave, a large frying pan full of oil was frying and sending out a smell of mushrooms that was suffocating. "Now we will see what fish we have taken," said the green fisherman. As and putting into the net an enormous hand, so out of all proportion that it looked like a baker's shovel, he pulled out a handful of mullet. "These mullet are good," he said, looking at them and smelling them complacently. I'm just going to go sniff, sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Just smelling the mullet. I'm going to smell the fish. That's totally normal. And he then threw them into a pan without water. He repeated the same operation many times, and he threw out the fish. And as he drew out the fish, his mouth watered, and he said, chuckling to himself, What good whiting? Whiting. What good whiting? What exquisite sardines! These soles are delicious. These soles are delicious. And these crabs, excellent. What dear little anchovies! I need not tell you that the whiting, the sardines, the soles, the crabs, and the anchovies were all thrown promiscuously into the pan to keep company with the mullet. Promiscuously. Of all the words that Carlo could have used, why that one? I don't know. I'll never know. The last to remain in the net was Pinocchio. No sooner had the fisherman taken him out of the net than he opened his big green eyes with astonishment and cried, half frightened, "What species of fish is this? Fish of this kind I never remember to have eaten." And he looked at him again, and having examined him well, he ended by saying, "I know, he must be a crawfish." Pinocchio, mortified at being mistaken for a crawfish, said in an angry voice, "A crawfish, indeed! Do you take me for a crawfish? I tell you that I am a puppet." "A puppet?" replied the fisherman. "To tell the truth, a puppet is quite a new fish. For me, I shall eat you with greater pleasure." "Eat me? But will you understand that I am not a fish? Do you hear that I talk and reason as you do?" "That is quite true," said the fisherman. "And as I see that you are a fish possessed of the talent of talking and reasoning, I will treat you with all the attention that is your due. And this attention? In token of my friendship and particular regard, I will leave you the choice of how you would like to be cooked. Would you like to be fried in the frying pan, or would you prefer to be stewed with tomato sauce?" "Okay." Here's the green fisherman with the beard so long that it touched the ground. All the other fish. "What species of fish is this?" Poor Pinocchio. His shirt is dissolved, his hat is gone. Shenanigans aplenty. Yes, Greebles, sniffa sniffa. It seemed appropriate. Not often do books reference sniffing things. At least none of the ones that I've read so far. This is true. He does, in fact, always get into trouble. Goodness gracious. Okay. To tell the truth, answered Pinocchio, if I am to choose, I should prefer to be set at liberty and to return home. You are joking. Do you imagine that I would lose the opportunity of tasting such a rare fish? It is not every day, I assure you, that a puppet fish is caught in these waters. Leave it to me. I will fry you with the other fish, and you will be quite satisfied. It is always consolation to be fried in company. Is it? Is it, though? Okay. Just gets weirder and weirder every time. Open. Grab this real quick. So this is from this next image. I'm going to go ahead and just post that here. This image is from the original book. Here we have Pinocchio going into the frying pan, and this is their take on the Green Man. This is by C. Ciostri Ferenzi. So he's very clearly about to dip him in with the other fish. We'll see how this goes. At this speech, the unhappy Pinocchio began to cry and scream and to implore for mercy. And he said, sobbing, how much better it would have been if I had gone to school. I would listen to my companions and now I am paying for it. I. And he wriggled like an eel and made indescribable efforts to slip out of the clutches of the green fisherman. I love it when my mouse doesn't behave properly. There we go. Okay. And he wriggled like an eel and made indescribable efforts to slip out of the clutches of the green fisherman. But it was useless. The fisherman took a long strip of rush, and having bound his hands and feet as if he had been a sausage, he threw him into the pan with the other fish. He then fetched a wooden bowl full of flour and began to flour them each in turn. And as soon as they were ready, he threw them into the frying pan. The first to dance in the boiling oil were the poor whiting. The crabs followed, then the sardines, then the soles, then the anchovies, and at last it was Pinocchio's turn. Seeing himself so near death, and such a horrible death, he was so frightened and trembled so violently that he had neither voice nor breath left for further entreaties. But the poor boy implored with his eyes. The green fisherman, however, without caring in the least, plunged him 5 or 6 times in the flour until he was white from head to foot and looked like a puppet made of plaster. He then took him by the hand and... Ooh, just in time. So here we are between chapters. I just wanted to remind everyone to take care of yourselves and preferably do not flour and fry a puppet in fish oil. I feel like that should be a life lesson. That's our takeaway. All the Pinocchio. Don't eat wood. Just don't deep fry a piece of wood. That seems like a good life lesson somehow. I don't know. I'm being silly. Let's see here. Grab this and back to the book. So now we are on to chapter 29. We're really cruising through this book. He returns to the fairy's house. She promises him that the following day he shall cease to be a puppet and shall become a boy. grand breakfast of coffee and milk to celebrate this great event. Just as the fisherman was on the point of throwing Pinocchio into the frying pan, like in that drawing from before, a large dog entered the cave, enticed there by the strong and savory odor of fried fish. Me too, buddy. Me too. Get out, shouted the fisherman threateningly, holding the floured puppet in his hand. But the poor dog, who was as hungry as a wolf, whined and wagged his tail as much as to say, "Give me a mouthful of fish, and I will leave you in peace." "Get out, I tell you," repeated the fisherman, and he stretched out his leg to give him a kick. But the dog, who, when he was really hungry, would not stand trifling, turned upon him, growling and showing his terrible tusks. Interesting. At that moment, a little feeble voice was heard in the cave saying entreatingly, "Save me, Alidoro! If you do not save me, I shall be fried." The dog recognized Pinocchio's voice, and to his extreme surprise perceived that it proceeded from the floured bundle that the fisherman held in his hand. So, what do you think he did? He made a spring, seized the bundle in his mouth, and holding it gently between his teeth, he rushed out of the cave and was gone like a flash of lightning. The fisherman, furious at seeing a fish he was so anxious to eat snatched from him, ran after the dog, but he had not gone many steps when he was taken with a fit of coughing and had to give it up. Alidoro, when he had reached the path that led to the village, stopped and put his friend Pinocchio gently on the ground. "How much I have to thank you for," said the puppet. "There is no necessity," replied the dog. "You saved me, and I have now returned it. You know that we must all help each other in this world." "Ah! But how came you to come to the cave?" "I was lying on the shore, more dead than alive, when the wind brought to me the smell of fried fish. The smell excited my appetite, and I followed it up. If I had arrived a second later—" "Oh dear, don't mention it," groaned Pinocchio, who was still trembling with fright. "Do not mention it. If you had arrived a second later, I should by this time have been fried, eaten, and digested. Brrr! It makes me shudder, only to think of it." Alidoro laughed, extended his right paw to the puppet, who shook it heartily in token of great friendship, and they then separated. The dog took the road home, and Pinocchio, left alone, went to a cottage not far off, and said to a little old man who was warming himself in the sun, "Tell me, good man, do you know anything of the poor boy called Eugene who was wounded in the head?" "The boy was brought by some fishermen to this cottage, and now—" "And now he is dead?" interrupted Pinocchio with great sorrow. "No, he is alive and has returned to his home." "Not really? Not really?" cried the puppet, dancing with delight. "Then the wound was not serious?" "It might have been very serious, and even fatal," answered the old man, "for they threw a thick book bound in cardboard at his head." "And who threw it at him?" "One of his schoolfellows, a certain Pinocchio." "And who is this Pinocchio?" asked the puppet, pretending ignorance. "They say that he is a bad boy, a vagabond, a regular good-for-nothing." "Calumnies, all calumnies." "Do you know this Pinocchio?" "By sight," answered the puppet. "And what is your opinion of him?" asked the little man. "He seems to be a very good boy, anxious to learn and obedient and affectionate to his father and family." Whilst the puppet was firing off all these lies, he touched his nose and perceived that it had lengthened more than a hand. Very much alarmed, he began to cry out.
It's good fiber.
Nice, Greebles. "Don't believe, good man, what I have been telling you. I know Pinocchio very well, and I can assure you that he is really a very bad boy. a disobedient and idle who, instead of going to school, runs off with his companions to amuse himself. He had hardly finished speaking when his nose became shorter and returned to the same size that it was before. "And why are you all covered with white?" asked the old man suddenly. "I will tell you. Without observing it, I rubbed myself against a wall which had been freshly whitewashed," answered the puppet, ashamed to confess that he had been floured like a fish prepared for the frying pan. "And what have you done with your jacket, your trousers, and your cap?" "I met with robbers who took them from me. Tell me, good old man, could you perhaps give me some clothes to return home in?" "My boy, as to clothes, I have nothing but a little sack in which I keep beans. If you wish for it, take it, there it is." Pinocchio did not wait to be told twice. He took the sack at once, and with a pair of scissors he cut a hole at the end and at each side, and put it on like a shirt, and with this light clothing he set off for the village. But as he went he did not feel at all comfortable, indeed, that for a step forward he took another backwards, and he said to himself, "How shall I ever present myself to my good little fairy? What will she say when she sees me? Will she forgive me this second escapade? I bet that she will not forgive me. I am sure that she will not forgive me, and it serves me right, for I am a rascal. I am always promising to correct myself, and I never keep my word." When he reached the village, it was night and very dark. A storm had come on, and as the rain was coming down in torrents, he went straight to the fairy's house, resolved to knock at the door, and hoping to be let in. But when he was there, his courage failed him, and instead of knocking, he ran away some 20 paces. He returned to the door a second time, but could not make up his mind. He came back a third time. Still he dared not. The fourth time he laid hold of the knocker and, trembling, gave a little knock. He waited and waited. At last, after half an hour had passed, a window on the top floor was opened. The house was 4 stories high, and Pinocchio saw a snail with a lighted candle on her head looking out. She called to him. "Who is there at this hour?" "Is the fairy at home?" asked the puppet. "The fairy is asleep and must not be awakened. But who are you?" "It is I." "Who is I?" "Pinocchio." "And who is Pinocchio?" "The puppet who lives in the fairy's house." "Ah, I understand," said the snail. "Wait for me there. I will come down and open the door directly." Mind you, snail. So I'm not sure what quick for snail is, but I don't imagine it's going to be very good when she's at the top floor and it's 4 stories. We'll see. "Be quick for pity's sake, for I am dying of cold." Maybe that would work. Tuck it into its shell and just roll down the stairs. An hour passed, and then 2, and the door was not opened. Oh, I skipped a line. "My boy, I am a snail, and snails are never in a hurry." Accurate. An hour passed, and then 2, and the door was not opened. Pinocchio, who was wet through and trembling from cold and fear, at last took courage and knocked again. And this time he knocked louder. At this second knock, a window on the lower story opened, and the same snail appeared at it. "Beautiful little snail," cried Pinocchio from the street. "I have been waiting for 2 hours, and 2 hours on such a bad night seem longer than 2 years. Be quick, for pity's sake." "My boy," answered the calm, phlegmatic little animal, "my boy, I am a snail, and snails are never in a hurry." And the window was shut again. Shortly afterwards, midnight struck, then 1 o'clock, then 2 o'clock, and the door remained still closed. Pinocchio, at last, losing all patience, seized the knocker in rage, intending to give a blow that would resound through the house. But the knocker, which was iron, turned suddenly into an eel, and slipping out of his hands, disappeared in the stream of water that ran down the middle of the street. "Ah, is that it?" shouted Pinocchio, blind with rage. "Since the knocker has disappeared, I will kick instead with all my might." And drawing a little back, he gave a tremendous kick against the house door. The blow was indeed so violent that his foot went through the wood and stuck, and when he tried to draw it back again, it was trouble thrown away, for it remained fixed like a nail that had been hammered down. Think of poor Pinocchio. He was obliged to spend the remainder of the night with one foot on the ground and the other in the air. The following morning at daybreak, the door was at last opened. The clever little snail had taken only 9 hours to come down from the 4th story to the door. It is evident that her exertions must have been great. "What are you doing with your foot stuck in the door?" she asked the puppet laughingly. Asked the puppet laughing. "It was an accident. Do try, beautiful little snail, if you cannot release me from this torture." "My boy, that is the work of a carpenter, and I have never been a carpenter. Beg the fairy from me." "The fairy is asleep and must not be wakened." "But what do you suppose that I can do all day nailed to this door?" "Amuse yourself by counting the ants that pass down the street." "Bring me at least something to eat, for I am quite exhausted." "At once," said the snail. In fact, after 3 hours and a half, she returned to Pinocchio carrying a silver tray on her head. The tray contained a loaf of bread, a roast chicken, and 4 ripe apricots. "Bravo, snail, bravo." "Here is the breakfast that the fairy has sent you," said the snail. The puppet felt very comfortable, or very much comforted at the sight of these good things. But when he began to eat them, what was his disgust at making the discovery that the bread was plaster, the chicken cardboard, and the 4 apricots painted alabaster. He wanted to cry. In his desperation, he tried to throw away the tray and all that was on it, but instead, either from grief or exhaustion, he fainted away. When he came to himself, he found that he was lying on a sofa and the fairy was beside him. "I will pardon you once more," the fairy said, "but woe to you if you behave badly a 3rd time." Pinocchio promised and swore that he would study and that for the future he would always conduct himself well. And he kept his word for the remainder of the year. Indeed, at the examinations before the holidays, he had the honor of being the first in the school. And his behavior in general was so satisfactory and praiseworthy that the fairy was very much pleased, and said to him, "Tomorrow your wish shall be gratified. And that is, tomorrow you shall cease to be a wooden puppet and you shall become a boy." No one who had not witnessed it could ever imagine Pinocchio's joy. At this long-sighed for good fortune, all his schoolfellows were to be invited for the following day to a grand breakfast at the fairy's house, that they might celebrate together the great event. The fairy had prepared 200 cups of coffee and milk, and 400 rolls cut and buttered on each side. The day promised to be most happy and delightful, but unfortunately, in the lives of puppets there is always a but that spoils everything. Our but is the ads will be taking place in just a few moments. I cannot get out of them. I am out of snoozes. I am going to return very shortly and we will go ahead and read the rest of the book. So, adieu. Be right back. Be sure to hydrate, snack, wrap yourself in a blanket, do what you need to do, and I will see you all shortly. I'm here for the land of boobies. Snackery. What? ¿Por qué? I'll have to ask you when I return. I'll be right back. How fortuitous we have returned. Oh, I'm still getting all of the kinks out of the book. I should specify, I know what my audience can be like. Oh dear. Um, so I have a few more images for the upcoming rest of the book that we can look at here in a second. I know, okay? I'm fully capable of bonking myself. See? Bonk. Well, maybe not. Oh. Goodness gracious. There it is. Haha! Have it you. Yes, yes, I know. I am quite silly. Welcome to the chaos. Okay. We are starting chapter 30, or triple X. Do, 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 do. Wow, all of my audios are a little bit goofy. Well, that one works. Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out. Probably just need to go back into Stream Deck, which I thought I had programmed perfectly, and all of its chaos, and we'll get it dialed in. We'll get there. The more I learn, the more I'm like, oh God, what have I gotten myself into? But that's okay. I'm having so much fun, and I enjoy reading more than anything. So let's get cooking. We are on chapter 30. Here we go. It feels like sometimes the voice doesn't react the way it's supposed to, but it does. It's just in my mind's eye, I suppose. 30. Chapter 30. Pinocchio, instead of becoming a boy, starts secretly with his friend Candlewick for the land of boobies. I understand now. I understand why you're here for the land of boobies, Snackery. Pinocchio, as was natural, asked the fairy's permission to go round the town to make the invitations, and the fairy said to him, "Go if you like and invite your companions for the breakfast tomorrow. But remember to return home after dark. Have you understood?" The land. Jeez. Oh no. Try it again. "I promise to be back in an hour," answered the puppet. "Take care, Pinocchio. Boys are always very ready to promise, but generally they are little given to keep their word. But I am not like other boys. When I say a thing, I do it. We shall see. If you are disobedient, so much the worse for you. Why? Because boys who do not listen to the advice of those who know more than they do always meet with some misfortune or other." Given this kid's track record, this is completely accurate advice. "I have experienced that," said Pinocchio, "but I shall never make that mistake again. We shall see if that is true." Without saying more, the puppet took leave of his good fairy, who was like a mamma to him, and went out of the house singing and dancing. In less than an hour, all his friends were invited. Some accepted at once heartily. Others at first required pressing. But when they heard that the rolls to be eaten with the coffee were to be buttered on both sides, they ended by saying, "We will come also, to do you a pleasure." Now I must tell you that amongst Pinocchio's friends and schoolfellows there was one that he greatly preferred and was very fond of. This boy's name was Romeo, but he always went by the nickname of Candlewick, because he was so thin, straight, and bright like a new wick of a little night light. Candlewick was the laziest and the naughtiest boy in the school, but Pinocchio was devoted to him. He had indeed gone at once to his house to invite him to the breakfast, but he had not found him. He returned a second time, but Candlewick was not there. He went a third time, but it was in vain. Where could he search for him? He looked here, there, and everywhere, and at last he saw him hiding in the porch of a peasant's cottage. "What are you doing there?" asked Pinocchio, coming up to him. "I am waiting for midnight to start." "Why? Where are you going?" "Very far, very far, very far away." "And I have been 3 times to your house to look for you." "What did you want with me? Do you not know the great event? Have you not heard of my good fortune?" "What is it?" "Tomorrow I cease to be a puppet. I and I become a boy like you and all the other boys. Much good may it do you. Tomorrow, therefore, I expect you to breakfast at my house. But when I tell you that I am going away tonight, at what o'clock? In a short time. And where are you going? I am going to live in a country, the most delightful country in the world, a real land of kokanee? A real land of kokanee. And how is it called? It is called the land of boobies. Why do you not come too? I? No, never. Fair enough. Apparently he's an ass man. You are wrong, Pinocchio. Believe me, if you do not come, you will repent it. Where could you find a better country for us boys? There are no schools there, there are no masters, there are no books. In that delightful land, nobody ever studies. On Thursday, there is never school, and every week consists of 6 Thursdays and 1 Sunday. Only think, the autumn holidays begin on the 1st of January and finish on the last day of December. That is the country for me. That is what all civilized countries should be like. But how are the days spent in the land of boobies? They are spent in play and amusement from morning till night. When night comes, you go to bed and recommence the same life in the morning. What do you think of it? Said Pinocchio, and he shook his head slightly, as much as to say, that is a life that I also would willingly lead. Well, will you go with me? Yes or no? Resolve quickly. No, 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 and again, no. I promised my good fairy to become a well-conducted boy, and I will keep my word, and as I see that the sun is setting, I must leave you at once and run away. Goodbye, and a pleasant journey to you. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Home. My good fairy wishes me to be back before dark. Wait another 2 minutes. It will make me too late. Only 2 minutes. And if the fairy scolds me, let her scold. When she is scolded well, she will hold her tongue, said the rascal Candlewick. And what are you going to do? Are you going alone or with companions? Alone? We shall be more than 100 boys. And do you make the journey on foot? A coach will pass by shortly, which is to take me to that happy country. What would I not give for the coach to pass by now? Why? That I might see you all start together. Stay here a little longer and you will see us. No, no, I must go home. Wait another 2 minutes. I have already delayed too long. The fairy will be anxious about me. Poor fairy! Is she afraid that the bats will eat you? But now, continued Pinocchio, are you really certain that there are no schools in that country? Not even the shadow of one. And no masters either? Not one. And no one is ever made to study? Never, never, never. What a delightful country, said Pinocchio, his mouth watering. Hello, Dino Gang 139. Hurrah! Oh, that is a cute emote. I need to get me a cat, or like a cute tiger in a blanket emote. Oh, that must be from Ezrafel. Oh, amazing. I got to catch some of their stream today. Very good TikToker. Or not TikToker. Streamer. Twitch streamer. Ah, all my socials are roundabout in my head. What a delightful country, said Pinocchio, his mouth watering. What a delightful country! I have never been there, but I can quite imagine it. Why will you not come also? It is useless to tempt me. I promised my good fairy to become a sensible boy, and I will not break my word. Goodbye, then, and give my compliments to all the boys at the gymnasiums and also to those of the lyceums, if you meet them in the street. Goodbye, Candlewick. A pleasant journey to you. Amuse yourself and think sometimes of your friends. Thus saying, the puppet made 2 steps to go, but then stopped, and turning to his friend, he inquired, "But are you quite certain that in that country all the weeks consist of 6 Thursdays and 1 Sunday?" "Most certainly. But do you know for certain that the holidays begin on the 1st of January and finish on the last day of December?" "Assuredly." "What a delightful country!" repeated Pinocchio, looking enchanted. Then, with a resolute air, he added in a great hurry, "This time, really, goodbye, and a pleasant journey to you. Goodbye. When do you start?" "Shortly." "What a pity. If really it wanted only an hour to the time of your start, I should be almost tempted to wait. And the ferry? It is already late. If I return home an hour sooner or an hour later, it will be all the same." Poor Pinocchio! And if the fairy scolds you, I must have patience. I will let her scold. When she is scolded well, she will hold her tongue. In the meantime, night had come on, and it was quite dark. Suddenly, they saw in the distance a small light moving, and they heard a noise of talking and the sound of a trumpet, but so small and feeble that it resembled the hum of a mosquito. "Here it is!" shouted Candlewick, jumping to his feet. "What is it?" asked Pinocchio in a whisper. "It is the coach coming to take me. Now will you come, yes or no?" "But is it really true?" asked the puppet. "That in the country boys are never obliged to study? Never, never, never! What a delightful country! What a delightful country! What a delightful country!" Chapter 31. After 5 months' residence in the land of Cockney, Pinocchio, to his great astonishment, grows a beautiful pair of donkey's ears, and he becomes a little donkey, tail and all. That doesn't sound good. Friendly reminder between chapters. Please make sure to take care of yourselves. Hydrate, caffeinate, snack, wrap yourself in a cozy blanket, relax, and enjoy the story. And for those of you new to listening, I am currently reading The Tall Tale of Pinocchio by Carlo Collodi. We return to chapter 31. At last the coach arrived, and it arrived without making the slightest noise, for its wheels were bound round with tow and rags. It was drawn by 12 pairs of donkeys, all the same size, but of different colors. Some were gray, some white, some brindled like pepper and salt, and others had large stripes of yellow and blue. But the most extraordinary thing was this: the 12 pairs, that is, the 24 donkeys, instead of being shod like other beasts of burden, had on their feet men's boots made of white kid. And the coachman? Picture to yourself a little man broader than he was long, flabby and greasy like a lump of butter, with a small round face like an orange, a little mouth that was always laughing, and a soft caressing voice like a cat's when she is trying to insinuate herself into the good graces of the mistress of the house. I feel like I should be offended. All the boys, as soon as they saw him, fell in love with him and vied for each other in taking places in his coach to be conducted to the true land of Cockney, known on the geographical map by the seducing name of the land of boobies. So I have a picture of the coach here. The round man with the round face. I can't really tell that his hair is greasy, but all the boys are just clambering onto this coach, and poor Pinocchio and Candlewick are standing there behind the many donkeys. Let's see, zoom in a little bit. That is, in fact, a great deal amount of donkeys. Nothing good will come of this. Okay. The coach was, in fact, quite full of boys between 8 and 12 years old, heaped one upon another like herrings in a barrel. They were uncomfortable, packed close together, and could hardly breathe. But nobody said, "Oh." Nobody grumbled. The consolation of knowing that in a few hours they would reach a country where there were no books, no schools, and no masters made them so happy and resigned that they felt neither fatigue nor inconvenience, neither hunger nor thirst, nor want of sleep. As soon as the coach had drawn up, the little man turned to Candlewick, and with 1,000 smirks and grimaces said to him, smiling, "Tell me, my fine boy, would you also like to go to that fortunate country?" Ha! Fair. Good one. "I certainly wish to go, but I must warn you, my dear child, that there is not a place left in the coach. You can see for yourself that it is quite full." "No matter," replied Candlewick. "If there is no place inside, I will manage to sit on the springs." And giving a leap, he seated himself astride on the springs. "And you, my love," said the little man, turning in a flattering manner to Pinocchio, "what do you intend to do? Are you coming with us, or are you going to remain behind?" "I remain behind," answered Pinocchio. "I am going home. I intend to study and to earn a good character at school, as all well-conducted boys do." "Much good may it do you." "Pinocchio," called out Candlewick, "listen to me. Come with us, and we shall have such fun." "No, no, no." "Come with us, and we shall have such fun," cried 4 other voices from inside the coach. "Come with us, and we shall have such fun," shouted in chorus 100 voices from inside the coach. "But if I come with you, what will my good fairy say?" said the puppet, beginning to yield. "Do not trouble your head with melancholy thoughts. Consider only that we are going to a country where we shall be at liberty to run riot from morning till night." Pinocchio did not answer, but he sighed. He sighed again. He sighed for the 3rd time. And he said finally, "Make a little room for me, for I am coming too." "The places are all full," replied the little man, "but to show you how welcome you are, you shall have a seat on the box." "And you?" "Oh, I will go on foot." "No, indeed, I could not allow that. I would rather mount one of these donkeys," cried Pinocchio. Approaching the right-hand donkey of the first pair, he attempted to mount him, but the animal turned on him, and giving him a great blow in the stomach, rolled him over with his legs in the air. You can imagine the impertinent and immoderate laughter of all the boys who witnessed this scene. But the little man did not laugh. He approached the rebellious donkey, and pretending to give him a kiss, bit off half of his ear. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. That escalated way too fast. Oh dear. Uh, okay. Pinocchio, in the meantime, had got up from the ground in a fury, and with a spring he seated himself on the poor animal's back, and he sprang so well that the boys stopped laughing and began to shout, "Hurrah, Pinocchio!" and they clapped their hands and applauded him as if they would never finish. 100 boys crammed like sardines into a coach. Yeah. Ah, but Sparksy. But the donkey suddenly kicked up its hind legs and backed violently backing violently threw the poor puppet into the middle of the road onto a heap of stones. The roars of laughter recommenced. But the little man, instead of laughing, felt such affection for the restive ass that he kissed him again, and as he did so, he bit half of his other ear clean off. Yee. It I don't know if I like this man. He sounds terrifying. Mount him now without fear. That little donkey had got some whim into his head, but I whispered 2 little words into his ears, which have, I hope, made him gentle and reasonable. Eh. Pinocchio mounted, and the coach started. Whilst the donkeys were galloping and the coach was rattling over the stones of the high road, the puppet thought that he heard a low voice that was scarcely intelligible saying to him, "Poor fool, you would follow your own way, but you will repent it, repent it." Pinocchio, feeling almost frightened, looked from side to try and discover where these words could come from, but he saw nobody. The donkeys galloped, the coach rattled, the boys inside slept, Candlewick snored like a dormouse, and the little man seated on the box sang between his teeth, "During the night all sleep, but I sleep never." After they had gone another mile, Pinocchio heard the same little low voice saying to him, "Bear it in mind, simpleton, boys who refuse to study and turn their backs upon books, schools, and masters, to pass their time in play and amusement, sooner or later come to a bad end. I know it by experience, and I can tell you. A day will come when you will weep as I am weeping now, but then it will be too late." On hearing these words whispered very softly, the puppet, more frightened than ever, sprang down from the back of his donkey and went and took hold of his mouth. Imagine his surprise when he found that the donkey was crying, and he was crying like a boy. "Eh, Sir Coachman! Eh, Sir Coachman!" cried Pinocchio to the little man. "Here is an extraordinary thing. This donkey is crying." "Let him cry. He will laugh when he is a bridegroom." "But have you by chance taught him to talk?" "No, but he spent 3 years in company of learned dogs, and he learnt to mutter a few words. Poor beast." "Come, come," said the little man, "don't let us waste time in seeing a donkey cry. Mount him, and let us go on. The night is cold, and the road is long." Pinocchio obeyed without another word. In the morning, about daybreak, they arrived safely in the land of boobies. It was a country unlike any other country in the world. The population was composed entirely of boys. The oldest were 14, and the youngest scarcely 8 years old. In the streets there was such merriment, noise, and shouting that it was enough to turn anybody's head. There were troops of boys everywhere. Some were playing with nuts, some with battledores, some with balls. Some rode velocipedes, others wooden horses. A party were playing at hide and seek, and a few were chasing each other. Boys, dressed in straw, were eating lighted tow. Some were reciting, some singing, some leaping, some were amusing themselves with walking on their hands with their feet in the air. Others were trundling hoops or strutting about dressed as generals, wearing leaf helmets and commanding a squadron of cardboard soldiers. Some were laughing, some were shouting, some were calling out. Others clapped their hands or whistled or clucked like a hen who had just laid an egg. To sum it all up, it was such a pandemonium, such a bedlam, such an uproar that not to be deafened it would have been necessary to stuff one's ears with cotton wool. In every square, canvas theaters had been erected, and they were crowded with boys from morning till evening. On the walls of the houses there were inscriptions written in charcoal, "Long live playthings." "We will have no more schools. Down with arithmetic," and similar other fine sentiments, all in bad spelling. Pinocchio, Candlewick, and the other boys who had made the journey with the little man had scarcely set foot in the town before they were in the thick of the tumult. I need not tell you that in a few minutes they had made acquaintance with everybody. Where could happier or more contented boys be found? In the midst of the continual games and every variety of amusement, the hours, the days, and the weeks passed like lightning. Oh, what a delightful life, said Pinocchio, whenever by chance he met Candlewick. See, then, if I was not right, replied the other.
Drink water. Become moist.
You got it, Rex. Me. That's a little better. Much appreciated. And to think that you did not want to come, to think that you had taken it into your head to return home to your fairy, and to lose your time in studying. If you are at this moment free from the bother of books and school, you must acknowledge that you owe it to me, to my advice, and to my persuasions. It is only friends who know how to render such great services. It is true, Candlewick. If I am now a really happy boy, it is all your doing. But do you know what the master used to say when he talked to me of you? He always said to me, do not associate with that rascal Candlewick, for he is a bad companion and will only lead you to mischief. Poor master, replied the other, shaking his head. I know only too well that he disliked me and amused himself by calumniating. Calumniating. I'm going to look that one up, I think. Did I get that close? No. No, that's not it either. Calumniating. Calumniating. That might not be a word. Oh, there it is. Calumniating. Calumniating. Okay. Insulting, offensive, rude, as in abusive, and an adjective. Calumniating. Well, today I learned. Back we go. And amused himself by calumniating me, but I am generous and I forgive him. Noble soul, said Pinocchio, embracing his friend and kissing him between the eyes. This delightful life had gone on for 5 months. The days had been entirely spent in play and amusement without a thought of books or school. When one morning Pinocchio awoke to a most to a most disagreeable surprise that put him into a very bad humor. Chapter 32. Pinocchio gets donkey's ears, and then he becomes a real little donkey and begins to bray. Oh dear. Well, no good ends to bad deeds. What was this surprise? I will tell you, my dear little readers. The surprise was that Pinocchio, when he awoke, scratched his head, and in scratching his head he discovered. Can you guess in the least what he discovered? He discovered in his great astonishment that his ears had grown more than a hand. You know that the puppet from his birth had always had very small ears, so small that they were not visible to the naked eye. You can imagine then what he felt when he found that during the night his ears had become so long that they seemed like 2 brooms. He went at once in search of a glass that he might look at himself, but not being able to find one, he filled the basin of his washing stand with water, and he saw reflected what he certainly would never have wished to see. He saw his head embellished with a magnificent pair of donkey's ears. Only think of poor Pinocchio's sorrow, shame, and despair. He began to cry and roar, and he beat his head against the wall, but the more he cried, the longer his ears grew. They grew and grew and became hairy towards the points. At the sound of his loud outcries, a beautiful little marmot that lived on the first floor came into the room. Seeing the puppet in such grief, she asked earnestly, "What has happened to you, my dear fellow lodger?" "I am ill, my dear little marmot, very ill, and of an illness that frightens me. Do you understand counting a pulse?" "A little." "Then feel and see if by chance I have got a fever." The little marmot raised her right forepaw, and after having felt Pinocchio's pulse, she said to him, sighing, "My friend, I am grieved to be obliged to give you bad news." "What is it?" "You have got a very bad fever." "What fever is it?" "It is donkey fever." "That is a fever that I do not understand," said the puppet, but he understood it only too well. "Then I will explain it to you," said the marmot. "You must know that in 2 or 3 hours you will be no longer a puppet or a boy." "Then what shall I be?" "In 2 or 3 hours you will become really and truly a little donkey, like those that draw carts and carry cabbages and salad to the market." "Oh, unfortunate that I am! Unfortunate that I am!" cried Pinocchio, seizing his 2 ears with his hands and pulling them and tearing them furiously as if they had been someone else's ears. "My dear boy," said the marmot by way of consoling him, "what can you do to prevent it? It is destiny. It is written in the decrees of wisdom that all boys who are lazy and who take a dislike to books, to schools, and to masters, and who pass their time in amusement, games, and diversions, must end sooner or later by becoming transformed into so many little donkeys." "But is it really so?" asked the puppet, sobbing. "It is indeed only true, and tears are now useless. You should have thought of it sooner." "But it was not my fault. Believe me, little marmot, the fault was all Candlewick's." "And who is this Candlewick?" "One of my schoolfellows. I wanted to return home. I wanted to be obedient. I wished to study and to earn a good character. But Candlewick said to me, 'Why should you bother yourself by studying? Why should you go to school? Come with us instead to the land of boobies. There we shall none of us have to learn. There we shall amuse ourselves from morning to night, and we shall always be merry.'" "And why did you follow the advice of that false friend, of that bad companion?" "Why? Because, my dear little marmot, I am a puppet with no sense and with no heart. Ah, if I had had the least heart, I should never have left the good fairy who loved me like a mamma, and who had done so much for me, and I should be no longer a puppet, for I should be this time have become a little boy like so many others. But if I meet Candlewick, woe to him! He shall hear what I think of him." And he turned to go out. But when he reached the door, he remembered his donkey's ears, and feeling ashamed to show them in public, what do you think he did? He took a big cotton cap, and putting it on his head, he pulled it well down over the point of his nose. He then set out and went everywhere in search of Candlewick. He looked for him in the streets, in the squares, in the little theaters, and every possible place. But he could not find him. He inquired for him of everybody he met, but no one had seen him. He then went to seek him at his house, and having reached the door, he knocked. "Who is there?" asked Candlewick. "It is I," answered the puppet. "Wait a moment, and I will let you in." After half an hour, the door was opened, and imagine Pinocchio's feelings when, upon going into the room, he saw his friend Candlewick with a big cotton cap on his head, which came down over his nose. I see where this is going. At the sight of the cap, Pinocchio felt almost consoled and thought to himself, "Has my friend got the same illness that I have? Is he also suffering from donkey fever?" And pretending to have observed nothing, he asked him, smiling, "How are you, dear Candlewick?" "Very well, as well as a mouse in Parmesan cheese." "Are you saying that seriously?" "Why should I lie to you? Why should I tell you a lie?" "Excuse me, but why then do you keep on that cotton cap which covers up your ears?" "The doctor ordered me to wear it because I have hurt this knee. And you, dear puppet, why have you got on that cotton cap pulled down over your nose?" "The doctor prescribed it because I have grazed my foot." Poor Pinocchio! Oh, poor Candlewick!" After these words, a long silence followed, during which the two friends did nothing but look mockingly at each other. At last, the puppet said in a mellifluous voice to his companion, "Satisfy my curiosity. My dear Candlewick, have you ever suffered from a disease of the ears?" "Never." "And you?" "Never. Only since this morning one of my ears aches. Mine is also paining me. You also. And which of your ears hurts you?" "Both of them. And you?" "Both of them. Can we have got the same illness?" "I fear so." "Will you do me a kindness, Candlewick?" Willingly, with all my heart." "Will you let me see your ears?" "Why not?" "But first, my dear Pinocchio, I should like to see yours." "No, you must be the first." "No, dear. First you, and then I." "Well," said the puppet, "let us come to an agreement like good friends." "Let us hear it. We will both take off our caps at the same moment. Do you agree?" "I agree." "Then, attention!" Pinocchio began to count in a loud voice. 1, 2, 3. At the word 3, the two boys took off their caps and threw them into the air. And then a scene followed that would seem incredible if it was not true. That is, that when Pinocchio and Candlewick discovered that they were both struck with the same misfortune, instead of feeling full of mortification and grief, they began to prick their ungainly ears and to make 1,000 antics, and they ended up going into bursts of laughter. And they laughed and laughed and laughed until they had to hold themselves together. But in the midst of their merriment, Candlewick suddenly stopped, staggered, and changing color, said to his friend, "Help! Help, Pinocchio!" And definitely the child is most assuredly laughing. So our dear Candlewick, skinny as a rail, and dear Pinocchio, both with donkey's ears, wild. Mhm. "Help! Help, Pinocchio! What is the matter with you?" "Alas, I cannot any longer stand upright." "No more can I," exclaimed Pinocchio, tottering and beginning to cry. And whilst they were talking, they both doubled up and began to run round the room on their hands and feet, and as they ran, their hands became hooves, their faces lengthened into muzzles, and their backs became covered with a light gray hairy coat sprinkled with black. But do you know what was the worst moment for these two wretched boys? The worst and the most humiliating moment was when their tails grew. Vanquished by shame and by sorrow, they wept and lamented their fate. Oh, if they had been wiser! But instead of sighs and lamentations, they could only bray like asses, and they brayed loudly and said in chorus, "Hee-haw! Hee-haw! Hee-haw!" Whilst this was going on, someone knocked at the door, and a voice on the outside said, "Open the door. I am the little man. I am the coachman who brought you to this country. Open at once, or it will be the worse for you." My goodness, poor Candlewick, poor Pinocchio, both have become asses. Well, I guess they were technically both asses before, but now their outside looks like their behavior. Here's a photo of that. Dancing around, braying their tails. My goodness. Should have behaved. Remember, if you don't behave, you will be turned into a donkey. Good advice. Chapter 33. Pinocchio, having become a genuine little donkey, is taken to be sold, and is bought by the director of a company of buffoons to be taught to dance and to jump through hoops. But one evening he lames himself, and then he is bought by a man who purposes to make a drum of his skin. My goodness. I can believe that. I can believe that. I did not know that, but I can believe that zebras are closer to donkeys than horses. Finding that the door remained shut, the little man burst it open with a violent kick, and coming into the room, he said to Pinocchio and Candlewick with his unusual little laugh, "Well done, boys. You brayed well, and I recognized you by your voices. That is why I am here." At these words, the two little donkeys were quite stupefied, and stood with their heads down, their ears lowered, and their tails between their legs. At first the little man stroked and caressed them, then taking out a currycomb, he currycombed them well, and when by this process he had polished them till they shone like two mirrors, he put a halter round their necks and led them to the marketplace, in hopes of selling them and making a good profit. My goodness. And indeed, buyers were not wanting. Candlewick was bought by a peasant whose donkey had died the previous day. Oh, goodness. Pinocchio was sold to the director of a company of buffoons and tight-rope dancers, who bought him that he might teach him to leap and to dance with the animals belonging to the company. And now, my little readers, you will have understood the fine trade that the little man pursued. The wicked little monster, who had a face all milk and honey, made frequent journeys round the world with his coach, and as he went along, he collected, with promises and flattery, all the idle boys who had taken an aversion to books and school. As soon as his coach was full, he conducted them to the land of boobies, that they might pass their time in games, in uproar, and in amusement. When these poor, deluded boys, from continual play and no study, had become so many little donkeys, he took possession of them with great delight and satisfaction, and carried them off to the fairs and markets to be sold. And in this way he had, in a few years, made heaps of money and become a millionaire. What became of Candlewick? I do not know. But I do know that Pinocchio, from the very first day, had to endure a hard, laborious life. When he was put into his stall, his master filled the manger with straw, but Pinocchio, having tried a mouthful, spat it out again. Yeah, absolutely. You're right about that, Rex. Then his master, grumbling, filled the manger with hay, but neither did the hay please him. "Ah!" exclaimed his master in a passion. "Does not hay please you either? Leave it to me, my fine donkey. If you are so full of caprices, I will find a way to cure you." And by way of correcting him, he struck his legs with his whip. Pinocchio began to cry and to bray with pain, and he said, braying, "Hee-haw! Hee-haw! I cannot digest straw." "Then eat hay," said his master, who understood perfectly the asinine dialect. "Hee-haw! Hee-haw! Hay gives me a pain in my stomach." "Do you mean to pretend that a little donkey like you must be kept on breasts of chickens and capones in jelly?" asked his master, getting more and more angry and whipping him again. At this second whipping, Pinocchio prudently held his tongue and said nothing more. The stable was then shut, and Pinocchio was left alone. He had not eaten for many hours, and he began to yawn from hunger, and when he yawned he opened a mouth that seemed as wide as an oven. At last, finding nothing else in the manger, he resigned himself and chewed a little hay. And after he had chewed it well, he shut his eyes and swallowed it. "This hay is not bad," he said to himself. "But how much better it would have been if I had gone on with my studies. Instead of hay, I might now be eating a hunch of new bread and a fine slice of sausage. But I must have patience." The next morning, when he woke, he looked into the manger for more hay, but he found none, for he had eaten it all during the night. Then he took a mouthful of chopped straw, but whilst he was chewing it, he had to acknowledge that the taste of chopped straw did not in the least resemble a savory dish, or a savory dish of macaroni or rice. "But I must have patience," he repeated as he went on chewing. "May my example serve at least as a warning to all disobedient boys who do not want to study. Patience." "Patience indeed," shouted his master, coming at that moment into the stable. "Do you think, my little donkey, that I bought you only to give you food and drink? I bought you to make you work, and that you might earn money for me. Up then, at once, you must come with me into the circus, and there I will teach you how to jump through hoops, to go through frames of paper head foremost, to dance waltzes and polkas, and to stand upright on your hind legs." Poor Pinocchio, either by love or by force, had to learn all these fine things. But it took him 3 months before he had learnt them, and he got many a whipping that nearly took off his skin. At last a day came when his master was able to announce that he would give a really extraordinary representation. The many-colored placards stuck on the street corners were thus worded: "Great full dress representation. Tonight will take place the usual feats and surprising performances executed by all the artists and by all the horses of the company, and moreover the famous little donkey, Pinocchio, called the Star of the Dance, will make his first appearance. The theater will be brilliantly illuminated." On that evening, as you can imagine, an hour before the play was to begin, the theater was crammed. There was not a place to be had either in the pit or the stalls or in the boxes even, by paying its weight in gold. The benches round the circus were crowded with children and with boys of all ages who were in a fever of impatience to see the famous little donkey Pinocchio dance. When the first part of the performances was over, The director of the company, dressed in a black coat, white shorts, and big leather boots that came above his knee, presented himself to the public, and after making a profound bow, he began with such solemnity. Oh, I've always struggled with this word. Solemnity. Oh my gosh, I can't say it to save my life. Every time. Solemnity. Well, the more you know. A noun as in sobriety, earnestness, gravity, seriousness. Solemnity. There we go. I got it, I think. Mostly. Where did I lose my spot in the book? Da. And after making a profound bow, he began with much solemnity. The following ridiculous speech. Respectable public, ladies and gentlemen, the humble undersigned being a passer-by in this illustrious city, I have wished to procure for myself the honor, not to say the pleasure, of presenting to this intelligent and distinguished audience a celebrated little donkey who has already had the honor of dancing in the presence of His Majesty the Emperor of all the principal courts of Europe. And thanking you, I beg of you to help us with your inspiring presence and to be indulgent to us. The speech was received with much laughter and applause, but the applause redoubled and became tumultuous. That's a 5. No, that's like a $10 word. That's a good word. And became tumultuous when the little donkey Pinocchio made his appearance in the middle of the circus. He was decked out for the occasion. He had a new bridle of polished leather with brass buckles and studs, and two white camellias. Two white camellias in his ears. His mane was divided and curled, and each curl was tied with bows of colored ribbon. He had a girth of gold and silver round his body, and his tail was plaited with amaranth and blue velvet ribbons. He was, in fact, a little donkey to fall in love with. The director, in presenting him to the public, added these few words: My respectable auditors, I am not here to tell you falsehoods of the great difficulties that I have overcome in understanding and subjugating this mammifier. Whilst he was grazing at liberty amongst the mountains and the plains of the torrid zone, I beg you will observe, with the wild rolling of his eyes, every means having been tried in vain to tame him, and to accustom him to the life of domestic quadrupeds, I was often forced to have recourse to the convincing argument of the whip. But all my goodness to him, instead of gaining his affections, has, on the contrary, increased his viciousness. However, following the system of Gall, I discovered in his cranium a bony cartilage that the faculty of medicine in Paris has itself recognized as the regenerating bulb of the hair and of dance. For this reason, I have not only taught him to dance, but also to jump through hoops and through frames covered with paper. Admire him, and then pass your opinion on him. But before taking my leave of you, permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite you to the daily performance that will take place tomorrow evening. But in the hypothesis that the weather should threaten rain, the performance will be postponed till tomorrow morning at 11 antemeridian of post-meridian. Here the director made another profound bow, and then turning to Pinocchio, he said, Courage, Pinocchio! Before you begin your feats, make your bow to this distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen and children. Pinocchio obeyed, and bent down his knees till they touched the ground, and remained kneeling until the director shouted to him, At a foot's pace! Then the little donkey raised himself on his 4 legs and began to walk round the theater, keeping at a foot's pace. After a little, the director cried, "Trot!" and Pinocchio, obeying the order, changed to a trot. "Gallop!" and Pinocchio broke into a gallop. "Full gallop!" and Pinocchio went full gallop, but whilst he was going full speed like a racehorse, the director, raising his arm in the air, fired off a pistol. At the shot, the little donkey, pretending to be wounded, fell his whole length in the circus, as if he was really dying. As he got up from the ground amidst an outburst of applause, shouts, and clapping of hands, he naturally raised his head and looked up. And he saw in one of the boxes a beautiful lady who wore round her neck a thick gold chain from which hung a medallion. On the medallion was painted the portrait of a puppet. "That is my portrait! That is the lady fairy!" said Pinocchio to himself, recognizing her immediately, and overcome with delight, he tried to cry, "Oh, my little fairy! Oh, my little fairy!" But instead of these words, a bray came from his throat, so sonorous and so prolonged, all the spectators laughed, and more especially all the children who were in the theater. Then the director, to give him a lesson, had to make him understand that it was not good manners to bray before the public, gave him a blow on his nose with the handle of his whip. The poor little donkey put his tongue out an inch and licked his nose for at least 5 minutes, thinking perhaps that it would ease the pain he felt. But what was his despair when, looking up a second time, he saw that the box was empty and that the fairy had disappeared. He thought he was going to die. His eyes filled with tears and he began to weep. Nobody, however, noticed it, and least of all the director, who, cracking his whip, shouted, "Courage, Pinocchio! Now then, audience, see how gracefully you can jump through the hoops." Pinocchio tried 2 or 3 times, but each time that he came in front of the hoop, instead of going through it, he found it easier to go under it. But at last he made a leap and went through it, but his right leg, unfortunately, caught in the hoop. Very graceful. And that caused him to fall to the ground, doubled up in a heap on the other side. When he got up, he was lame, and it was only with great difficulty that he managed to return to the stable. "Bring out Pinocchio! We want the little donkey! Bring out the little donkey!" shouted all the boys in the theater, touched and sorry for the sad incident. But the little donkey was seen no more that evening. The following morning, the veterinary, that is, the doctor of animals, paid him a visit. And declared that he would remain lame for life. Oh no. The director then said to the stable boy, "What do you suppose I can do with a lame donkey? He would eat food without earning it. Take him to the market and sell him." When they reached the market, a purchaser was found at once. He asked the stable boy, "How much do you want for that lame donkey?" 20 francs. "I will give you 20 pence. Don't suppose that I am buying him to make use of. I am buying him solely for his skin. I see that his skin is very hard, and I intend to make a drum with it for the band of my village." I leave it to my readers to imagine poor Pinocchio's feelings when he heard that he was destined to become a drum. As soon as the purchaser had paid his 20 pence, he conducted the little donkey to the seashore. He then put a stone round his neck, and tying a rope, the end of which he held in his hand, round his leg, he gave him a sudden push and threw him into the water. Pinocchio, weighed down by the stone, went at once to the bottom, and his owner, keeping tight hold of the cord, sat down quietly on a piece of rock to wait until the little donkey was drowned, intending then to skin him. It's so dark. It's like tragically, horrifically dark. It's just, oh man, my goodness. Okay. We still have about maybe another at least 34 pages. So at least probably another hour's worth of content. So I'm going to go ahead and go run on a quick bathroom break. I apologize in advance for the ads, but I'm going to go take care of business and then I will be back and we shall finish this lovely book. And by lovely, I mean slightly horrifying and incredibly interesting. So I will be right back. We are back. Okay, what did I miss? What did I miss? What is that? What? Why? Okay. Thank you? I guess. Thank you. Wild. Just stepped away to use the restroom. What is happening? Okay. Thank you, whoever, Anon, whoever you are. Thank you very much. Yay! Wild. I don't even know what to say. I'm shook. I am, returning back for the remainder of Pinocchio, and we'll go until she finishes. My goodness. Well, while I was gone, I hope everyone remembered to hydrate, caffeinate, snack, grab a blanket if you need to. And I actually do have a plan when we wrap up the book today. We're going to dive into Sino the crocodile stream, because he's always a nice, calm presence, and it's really nice to go visit him. And I think that would be a nice jumping off point. So let's see. Okay. We are on chapter 24. Give me a second. Oop. Wrong button. There we go. Chapter 24. Pinocchio, having been thrown into the sea, is eaten by the fish and becomes a puppet, as he was before. Whilst he is swimming away to save his life, he is swallowed by the terrible dogfish. I guess I should just be happy that he's not being drowned, which yeah, very, very brutal and original version of this book. I believe it was 1914. They were different times. Very different times. Okay. After Pinocchio had been 50 minutes under the water, his purchaser said aloud to himself, "My poor little lame donkey must by this time be quite drowned. I will therefore pull him out of the water, and I will make a fine drum of his skin." And he began to haul in the rope that he had tied to the donkey's leg, and he hauled and hauled and hauled until at last, what do you think appeared above the water? Instead of a little dead donkey, he saw a live puppet who was wriggling like an eel. Seeing this wooden puppet, the poor man thought he was dreaming, and, struck dumb with astonishment, he remained with his mouth open and his eyes starting out of his head. Having somewhat recovered from his first stupefaction, he asked in a quavering voice, "And the little donkey that I threw into the sea? What has become of him?" "I am the little donkey," said Pinocchio, laughing. You? I. Ah, you little scamp, how do you dare to make game of me? Make game of me? To make game of you? Quite the contrary, my dear master. I am speaking seriously. But how can you, who but a short time ago were a little donkey, have become a wooden puppet only from having been left in the water? It must have been the effect of sea water. The sea makes extraordinary changes. Beware, puppet, beware. Don't imagine that you can amuse yourself at my expense. Woe to you if I lose patience. Well, master, do you wish to know the true story? If you will set my leg free, I will tell it you. The good man, who was curious to hear the true story, immediately untied the knot that kept him bound, and Pinocchio, finding himself as free as a bird in the air, commenced as follows. he must know that I was once a puppet as I am now, and that I was on the point of becoming a boy like the many that are in the world, but instead, induced by my dislike to study and the advice of bad companions, I ran away from home, and one fine day, when I awoke, I found myself changed into a donkey with long ears and a long tail. What a disgrace it was to be me, was to what a what a disgrace it was to me. A disgrace, dear master, that the blessed Saint Anthony would not afflict upon even upon you. Taken to the market to be sold, I was bought by the director of an equestrian company, who took it into his head to make a famous dancer of me, and a famous leaper through hoops. But one night during a performance I had a bad fall in the circus and lamed both my legs. Then the director, not knowing what to do with a lame donkey, sent me to be sold, and you were the purchaser. Only too true, and I paid 20 pence for you. And now who will give me back my poor pennies? And why did you buy me? You bought me to make a drum of my skin. A drum! Only too true. And now where shall I find another skin? Don't despair, master. There are such a number of little donkeys in the world. Tell me, you impertinent rascal, does your story end here? No, answered the puppet. I have another 2 words to say, and then I shall have finished. After you had bought me, you brought me to this place to kill me, but then, yielding to a feeling of compassion, you preferred to tie a stone round my neck and to throw me into the sea. This humane feeling does you great honor, and I shall always be grateful to you for it, but nevertheless, dear master, this time you made your calculations without considering the fairy. How is drowning you in the sea more humane? Murder is murder. Strange. And who is this fairy? She is my mamma, and she resembles all other good mammas who care for their children and who never lose sight of them, but help them lovingly, even when on account of their foolishness and evil conduct they deserve to be abandoned and left to themselves. Well then, the good fairy, as soon as she saw that I was in danger of drowning, sent immediately an immense shoal of fish, who, believing me really to be a little dead donkey, began to eat me. And what mouthfuls they took! I should never have thought that fish were greedier than boys. Some ate my ears, some my muzzle, others my neck and mane, some the skin of my legs, some my coat, and amongst them there was a little fish, so polite that even condescended to eat my tail. From this time forth, said his purchaser, horrified, I swear that I will never touch fish. It would be too dreadful to open a mullet or a fried whiting and to find inside a donkey's tail. Valis. I love that Brennan took the Pinocchio has a fairy stepmother story hook for Lou in the Never After game. I've never played it. I don't think I've seen even gameplay of it. I'll have to check that out. I agree with you, said the puppet, laughing. However, I must tell you that when the fish had finished eating the donkey's hide that covered me from head to foot, they naturally reached the bone, or rather, the wood. For as you see, I am made of the hardest wood, but after giving a few bites, they soon discovered that I was not a morsel for their teeth. And, disgusted with such indigestible food, they went off, some in one direction and some in another, without so much as saying thank you to me. And now, at last, I have told you how it was that when you pulled up the rope, you found a live puppet instead of a dead donkey. I laugh at your story, cried the man in a rage. I know only that I spent 20 pence to buy you, and I will have my money back. Shall I tell you what I will do? I will take you back to the market, and I will sell you by weight as seasoned wood for lighting fires. Sell me, if you like. I am content, said Pinocchio. But as he said it, he was made a spring and plunged into the water. But as he said it, he made a spring and plunged into the water, swimming gaily away from the shore. He called to his poor owner. Goodbye, master. If you should be in want of a skin to make a drum, remember me. And he laughed and went on swimming, and after a while he turned again and shouted louder, Goodbye, master. If you should be in want of a little well-seasoned wood for lighting the fire, remember me. Cheeky. In the twinkling of an eye, he had swum so far off that he was scarcely visible. All that could be seen of him was a little black speck on the surface of the sea that from time to time lifted its legs out of the water and leapt and capered like a dolphin enjoying himself. Whilst Pinocchio was swimming, he knew not whither, he saw in the midst of the sea a rock that seemed to be made of white marble. And on the summit there stood a beautiful little goat who bleated lovingly and made signs to him to approach. But the most singular thing was this. The little goat's hair, instead of being white or black or a mixture of two colors as usual with other goats, was blue, and of a very vivid blue, greatly resembling the hair of the beautiful child. I leave you to imagine how rapidly poor Pinocchio's heart began to beat. He swam with redoubled strength and energy towards the white rock, and he was already halfway when he saw rising up out of the water and coming to meet him the horrible head of a sea monster. His wide open cavernous mouth and his 3 rows of enormous teeth would have been terrifying to look at, even in a picture. Speaking of which, let's look at that picture. So there is the vividly blue goat and the sea monster swimming ever closer to Pinocchio. He swam with redoubled strength and energy toward the white rock. Well, he sure is. What was the name? Paul Bunyan had a blue bull, and I can't remember its name, but I'm suddenly reminded of that. That's another story I should read one of these days. Let's see. And do you know what this sea monster was? This sea monster was neither more nor less than the gigantic dogfish, who has been mentioned many times in this story, and who, for his slaughter and for his insatiable voracity, had been named the Attila of fish and fishermen. Monstro the whale looks scarier than this. Scarier in this. Interesting. Monstro, yeah, well, Fire Eater was pretty terrifying at the beginning. Only think of poor Pinocchio's terror at the sight of the monster. He tried to avoid it, to change his direction. He tried to escape, but that immense, wide open mouth came towards him with the velocity of an arrow. Be quick, Pinocchio, for pity's sake, cried the beautiful little goat, bleating. And Pinocchio swam desperately, with his arms, his chest, his legs, and his feet. Quick, Pinocchio, the monster is close upon you. And Pinocchio swam quicker than ever and flew on with the rapidity of a ball from a gun. He had nearly reached the rock, and the little goat, leaning over towards the sea, had stretched out her forelegs to help him out of the water. But it was too late. The monster had overtaken him, and drawing in his breath, he sucked in the poor puppet as he would have sucked a hen's egg. and he swallowed him with such violence and avidity that Pinocchio, in falling into the dogfish's stomach, received such a blow that he remained unconscious for a quarter of an hour afterwards. When he came to himself again, after the shock, he could not in the least imagine what in the world he was. At least in. Okay. When he came to himself again after the shock, he could not in the least imagine what world he was, in what world he was. All round him it was quite dark, and the darkness was so black and so profound that it seemed to him that he had fallen head downwards into an inkstand full of ink. He listened, but he could hear no noise. Only from time to time great gusts of wind blew in his face. At first he could not understand where the wind came from, but at last he discovered that it came out of the monster's lungs. For you must know that the dogfish suffered very much from asthma, and when he breathed it was exactly as if a north wind was blowing. Pinocchio at first tried to keep up his courage, but when he had one proof after another that he was really shut up in the body of the sea monster, he began to cry and to sob out, "Help! Help! How unfortunate I am! Will nobody come to save me?" "Who do you think could save you, unhappy wretch?" said a voice in the dark that sounded like a guitar out of tune. "Who is speaking?" asked Pinocchio, frozen with terror. "It is I. I am a poor tunny who was swallowed by the dogfish at the same time that you were. And what fish are you?" "I have nothing in common with fish. I am a puppet." "Then, if you are not a fish, why did you let yourself be swallowed by the monster?" Mood. "I did not let myself be swallowed. It was the monster who swallowed me. And now what are we to do here in the dark?" "Resign ourselves and wait until the dogfish has digested us both." "But I do not want to be digested," howled Pinocchio, beginning to cry again. "Neither do I want to be digested," added the tunny. "But I am enough of a philosopher to console myself by thinking that when one is born a tunny, it is more dignified to die in the water than in oil." "That is not all nonsense," cried Pinocchio. "It is my opinion," replied the tunny, "and opinions, so say the political tunnies, ought to be respected. To sum it all up, I want to get away from here, and I want to escape. Escape if you are able." "Is this dogfish who has swallowed us very big?" asked the puppet. "Big? Why, only imagine his body is 2 miles long without counting his tail." Whilst they were holding the conversation in the dark, Pinocchio thought he saw a light a long way off. "What is that little light I see in the distance?" he asked. "It is most likely some companion in misfortune who is waiting, like us, to be digested." "I will go and find him. Do you not think that it may by chance be some old fish who perhaps could show us how to escape?" "I hope it may be so with all my heart, dear puppet. Goodbye, tunny. Goodbye, puppet, and good fortune attend you. Where shall we meet again? Who can say? It is better not even to think of it." My goodness, Pinocchio, what shenanigans and crazy things you're getting into right now. Absolutely mad. Okay. Chapter 25. Pinocchio finds in the body of the dogfish. Whom does he find? Read this chapter, and you will know. Pinocchio, having taken leave of his friend the tunny, began to grope his way in the dark through the body of the dogfish, taking a step at a time in the direction of the light that he saw shining dimly at a great distance. The farther he advanced, the brighter became the light, and he walked and walked until at last he reached it. And when he reached it, what did he find? I will give you 1,000 guesses. He found a little table spread out, and on it a lighted candle stuck into a green glass bottle. And seated at the table was a little old man. He was eating some live fish, and they were so very much alive that whilst he was eating them, they sometimes even jumped out of his mouth. At this sight, Pinocchio was filled with such great and unexpected joy that he became almost delirious. He wanted to laugh, he wanted to cry, he wanted to say 1,000 things, and instead could only stammer out a few confused and broken words. At last, he succeeded in uttering a cry of joy, and opening his arms, he threw them round the little old man's neck and began to shout, "Oh, my dear papa, I have found you at last. I will never leave you more, never more, never more." "Then my eyes tell me true," said the little old man, rubbing his eyes. Then you really are really my dear Pinocchio." "Yes, yes, I am Pinocchio, really, really Pinocchio. And you have quite forgiven me, have you not? My dear papa, how good you are, and to think that I, on the contrary, oh, but if you only knew what misfortunes have been poured on my head, and all that has befallen me. Only imagine the day that you, poor dear papa, sold your coat to buy me a spelling book, that I might go to school. I escaped to see the puppet show, and the showman wanted to put me on the fire that I might roast his mutton, and he was the same that afterwards gave me 5 gold pieces to take them to you. But I met the fox and the cat, who took me to the inn of the red crawfish, where they ate like wolves, and I left by myself in the middle of the night and encountered assassins who ran after me, and I ran away, and they followed, and I ran, and they always followed me, and I ran until they hung me to a branch of a big oak, and the beautiful child with blue hair sent a little carriage to fetch me, and the doctors, when they had seen me, said immediately, if he is not dead, it is a proof that he is still alive. And then by chance I told a lie, and my nose began to grow until I could no longer get through the door of the room, for which reason I went with the fox and the cat to bury the 4 gold pieces. For one I had spent at the inn, and the parrot began to laugh, and instead of 2,000 gold pieces I found none left, for which reason the judge, when he heard that I had been robbed, had me immediately put in prison to content the robbers. And then, when I was coming away, I saw a beautiful bunch of grapes in a field, and I was caught in a trap, and the peasant, who was quite right, put a dog collar round my neck, that I might guard the poultry yard, and acknowledging my innocence, let me go. And the serpent with the smoking tail began to laugh and broke a blood vessel in his chest, and so I returned to the house of the beautiful child who was dead. And the pigeon, seeing that I was crying, said to me, I have seen your father, who was building a little boat to go in search of you. And I said to him, oh, if I had also wings. And he said to me, do you want to go to your father? And I said, without doubt, but who will take me to him? And he said to me, I will take you. And I said to him, how? And he said to me, get on my back. And we flew all night. And then in the morning, all the fishermen who were looking out to sea said to me, there is a poor man in a boat who is on the point of being drowned. And I recognized you at once, even at that distance, for my heart told me, and I made signs to you to return to land. I mean, really, Pinocchio just summed up like 3/4 of the book in 2.5 pages. So, bravo. I also recognized you, said Geppetto, and I would willingly have returned to the shore, but what was I to do? The sea was tremendous, and a great wave upset my boat. Then a horrible dogfish who was near, as soon as he saw me in the water, came towards me, and putting out his tongue, took hold of me and swallowed me as if I had been a little bologna tart. And how long have you been shut up here? Asked Pinocchio. Since that day. It must be nearly 2 years now. 2 years, my dear Pinocchio, that have seemed to me like 2 centuries. And how have you managed to live? And where did you get the candle and the matches to light it? Who gave them to you? Stop, and I will tell you everything. You must know, then, that in the same storm in which my boat was upset, a merchant vessel foundered. The sailors were all saved, but the vessel went down to the bottom, and the dogfish, who had an excellent appetite after he had swallowed me, swallowed the vessel. How? He swallowed it in one mouthful, and the only thing that he spat out was the mainmast, that had stuck between his teeth like a fishbone. Fortunately for me, the vessel was laden with preserved meat in tins, biscuits, bottles of wine, dried raisins, cheese, coffee, sugar, candles, and boxes of wax matches. With this providential supply, I have been able to live for 2 years, but I have arrived at the end of my resources. There's nothing left in the larder, and this candle is the last that remains. And after that, dear boy, we shall both remain in the dark. Then, dear little papa, there is no time to lose. We must think of escaping. Of escaping? And how? We must escape through the mouth of the dogfish, jump into the sea, and swim away. You talk well, but, dear Pinocchio, I don't know how to swim. What does that matter? I am a good swimmer, and you can get on my shoulders, and I will carry you safely to shore. And all illusions, my boy, replied Geppetto, shaking his head with a melancholy smile. Do you suppose it is possible that a puppet like you, scarcely a meter high, could have the strength to swim with me on his shoulders? Try it, and you will see. Without another word, Pinocchio took the candle in his hand, and going in front to light the way, he said to his father, "Follow me, and don't be afraid." And they walked for some time and traversed the body and the stomach of the dogfish. But when they had arrived at the point where the monster's big throat began, they thought it better to stop to give a good look round and to choose the best moment for escaping. Now, I must tell you that the dogfish, being very old and suffering from asthma and palpitation of the heart, was obliged to sleep with his mouth open. Pinocchio, therefore, having approached the entrance to his throat and looking up, could see beyond the enormous gaping mouth a large piece of starry sky and beautiful moonlight. Is this the moment to escape? He whispered, turning to his father. The dogfish is sleeping like a dormouse. The sea is calm, and it is as light as day. Follow me, dear papa, and in this short time we shall be in safety. They immediately climbed up the throat of the sea monster, and having reached his immense mouth, they began to walk on tiptoe down his tongue. But before taking the final leap, the puppet said to his father, "Get on my shoulders, and put your arms round my neck. I will take care of the rest." As soon as Geppetto was firmly settled on his son's shoulders, Pinocchio, feeling sure of himself, threw himself into the water and began to swim. The sea was as smooth as oil, the moon shone brightly, and the dogfish was sleeping so profoundly that even a cannonade would have failed to wake him. He got very lucky. Let's see. Here's a picture of Pinocchio finding Geppetto with his last candle at the table eating the fish. I think this is... Okay. We're not quite there yet. On to chapter 36. Pinocchio at last ceases to be a puppet and becomes a boy. Whilst Pinocchio was swimming quickly towards the shore, he discovered that his father, who was on his shoulders with his legs in the water, was trembling as violently as if the poor man had got an attack of ague fever. Was he trembling from cold or from fear? Perhaps a little from both, the one and the other. But Pinocchio, thinking that it was from fear, said to comfort him, "Courage, papa! In a few minutes we shall be safely on shore." "But where is this blessed shore?" asked the little old man, becoming still more frightened, and screwing up his eyes as tailors do when they wish to thread a needle. "I have been looking in every direction, and I see nothing but the sky and the sea." But I see the shore as well, said the puppet. You must not know that I am like a cat. I see better by night than by day. Poor Pinocchio was making a pretense of being in good spirits, but in reality, he was beginning to feel discouraged. His strength was failing. He was gasping and panting for breath. He could do no more, and the shore was still far off. He swam until he had no breath left. Then he turned his head to Geppetto and said in broken words, "Papa, help me! I am dying!" The father and son were on the point of drowning when they heard a voice like a guitar out of tune saying, "Who is it that is dying?" "That is I, and my poor father." "I know that voice. You are Pinocchio." "Precisely. And you?" "I am the tunny, your prison companion, in the body of the dogfish." "And how did you manage to escape?" "I followed your example. You showed me the road, and I escaped after you." "Tunny, you have arrived at the right moment. I implore you to help us, or we are lost." "Willingly, and with all my heart. You must, both of you, take hold of my tail and leave me to guide you. I will take you on shore in 4 minutes." Geppetto and Pinocchio, as I need not tell you, accepted the offer at once, but instead of holding on by his tail, they thought it would be more comfortable to get on Tunny's back. Having reached the shore, Pinocchio sprang first on land that he might help his father to do the same. He then turned to the Tunny and said to him in a voice full of emotion, "My friend, you have saved my papa's life. I can find no words with which to thank you properly. Permit me at least to give you a kiss as a sign of my eternal gratitude." The Tunny put his head out of the water, and Pinocchio, kneeling on the ground, kissed him tenderly on the mouth. At this spontaneous proof of warm affection, the poor Tunny, who was not accustomed to it, felt extremely touched, and ashamed to let himself be seen crying like a child. He plunged under the water and disappeared. By this time, the day had dawned. Pinocchio, then offering his arm to Geppetto, who had scarcely breath to stand, said to him, "Lean on my arm, dear papa, and let us go. We will walk very slowly like the ants, and when we are tired, we can rest by the wayside." "And where shall we go?" asked Geppetto. "In search of some house or cottage where they will give us for charity a mouthful of bread and a little straw to serve as a bed." They had not gone 100 yards when they saw by the roadside 2 villainous-looking individuals begging. They were the cat and the fox, but they were scarcely recognizable. Fancy, the cat had so long feigned blindness that she had become blind in reality, and the fox, old, mangy, and with one side paralyzed, had not even his tail left. That sneaking thief, having fallen into the most squalid misery, one fine day had found himself obliged to sell his beautiful tail to a traveling peddler, who bought it to drive away flies. "Oh, Pinocchio!" cried the fox, "give a little in charity to poor infirm people." "Infirm people!" repeated the cat. "Begone, impostors!" answered the puppet. "You took me in once, but you will never catch me again." I mean, technically they got him twice, but we're not gonna pick bones about it. "Believe me, Pinocchio, we are now poor and unfortunate indeed. If you are poor, you deserve it. Recollect the proverb, 'Stolen money never fructifies.' Begone, impostors." And thus saying, Pinocchio and Geppetto went their way in peace. When they had gone another 100 yards, they saw at the end of the path, in the middle of the fields, a nice little straw hut with a roof of tiles and bricks. "That hut must be inhabited by someone," said Pinocchio. "Let us go and knock at the door." They went and knocked. "Who is there?" said a little voice from within. "We are a poor father and son without bread and without a roof," answered the puppet. "Turn the key and the door will open," said the same little voice. Pinocchio turned the key and the door opened. They went in and looked here, there, and everywhere, but could see no one. "Oh, where is the master of the house?" said Pinocchio, much surprised. "Here, I am up here." The father and son looked immediately up to the ceiling, and there on a beam they saw the talking cricket. Mind you, this is the same ghostly cricket that Pinocchio murdered, like way back at the beginning of the book. My. "Oh, my dear little cricket," said Pinocchio, bowing politely to him. "Ah, now you call me your dear little cricket. But do you remember the time when you threw the handle of a hammer at me to drive me from your house?" "You are right, cricket. Drive me away also. Throw the handle of a hammer at me, but have pity on my poor papa." "I will have pity on both father and son, but I wish to remind you of the ill treatment I received from you, to teach you that in this world, when it is possible, we should show courtesy to everybody, if we wish it to be extended to us in our hour of need. You are right, cricket. You are right, and I will bear in mind the lesson you have given me. But tell me how you managed to buy this beautiful hut." This hut was given to me yesterday by a goat whose wool was a beautiful blue color." "And where is the goat gone?" asked Pinocchio with lively curiosity. "I do not know." "And when will it come back?" "It will never come back. It went away yesterday in great grief, and bleating it seemed to say, 'Poor Pinocchio! I shall never see him more. By this time the dogfish must have devoured him.'" "Did it really say that? Then it was she! It was she! It was my dear little fairy!" exclaimed Pinocchio. When he had cried for some time, he dried his eyes and prepared a comfortable bed of straw for Geppetto to lie down upon. Then he asked the cricket, "Tell me, little cricket, where can I find a tumbler of milk for my poor papa?" "3 fields off from here there lives a gardener named Giangio, who keeps cows. Go to him and you will get the milk you are in want of." Pinocchio ran all the way to Giangio's house, and the gardener asked him, "How much milk do you want?" "I want a tumbler full." "A tumbler of milk costs a halfpenny. Begin by giving me the halfpenny." "I have not even a farthing," replied Pinocchio, grieved and mortified. "That is bad, puppet," answered the gardener. "If you have not a farthing, I have not even a drop of milk." "I must have patience," said Pinocchio, and he turned to go. "Wait a little," said Giangio. "We can come to an arrangement together. Will you undertake to turn the pumping machine?" "What is the pumping machine?" "It is a wooden pole which serves to draw up the water from the cistern to water the vegetables." "You can try me." "Well then, if you will draw 100 buckets of water, I will give you in compensation a tumbler of milk. It is a bargain." Giangio then led Pinocchio to the kitchen garden and taught him how to turn the pumping machine. Pinocchio immediately began to work, but before he had drawn up the 100 buckets of water, the perspiration was pouring from his head to his feet. Never before had he undergone such fatigue. "Up till now," said the gardener, "the labor of turning the pumping machine was performed by my little donkey, but the poor animal is dying." "Will you take me to see him?" said Pinocchio. "Willingly." When Pinocchio went into the stable, he saw a beautiful little donkey stretched on the straw, worn out from hunger and overwork. After looking at him earnestly, he said to himself, much troubled, "I am sure I know this little donkey. His face is not new to me." And bending over to him, he asked in asinine language, "Who are you?" At this question, the little donkey opened his dying eyes and answered in broken words, in the same language, "I am Candlewick." And having again closed his eyes, he expired. "Oh, poor Candlewick!" said Pinocchio in a low voice. "Oh, poor Candlewick!" said Vexing in a poor voice. And taking a handful of straw, he dried a tear that was rolling down his face. "Do you grieve for a donkey that cost you nothing?" said the gardener. What must it be to me who bought him for ready money? I must tell you, he was my friend. Your friend. One of my schoolfellows. How? Shouted Giangio, laughing loudly. How had you donkeys for schoolfellows? I can imagine what wonderful studies you must have made. The puppet, who felt much mortified at these words, did not answer, but taking his tumbler of milk, still quite warm, he returned to the hut. And from that day, for more than 5 months, he continued to get up at daybreak every morning to go and turn the pumping machine to earn the tumbler of milk that was of such benefit to his father in his bad state of health. Nor was he satisfied with this, for during the time that he had over, he learnt to make hampers and baskets of rushes, and with the money he obtained by selling them, he was able with great economy to provide all the daily expenses. Amongst other things, he constructed an elegant little wheelchair in which he could take his father out on fine days to breathe a mouthful of fresh air. By his industry, ingenuity, and his anxiety to work and to overcome difficulties, he not only succeeded in maintaining his father, who continued infirm, in comfort, but he also contrived to put aside 40 pence to buy himself a new coat. One morning he said to his father, I am going to the neighboring market to buy myself a jacket, a cap, and a pair of shoes. When I return, he added, laughing, I shall be so well dressed that you will take me for a fine gentleman. And leaving the house, he began to run merrily, happily along. All at once he heard himself called by name, and turning round, he saw a big snail crawling out of the hedge. Do you not know me? Asked the snail. It seems to me, and yet I am not sure. Do you not remember the snail who was lady's maid to the fairy with blue hair? Do you not remember the time when I came downstairs to let you in, and you were caught by your foot which you had stuck through the house door? I remember it all, shouted Pinocchio. Tell me quickly, my beautiful little snail, where have you left my good fairy? What is she doing? Has she forgiven me? Does she still remember me? Does she still wish me well? Is she far from here? Can I go and see her? To all these rapid, breathless questions, the snail replied in her usual phlegmatic manner. My dear Pinocchio, the poor fairy is lying in bed at the hospital. At the hospital? It is only too true, for overtaken by 1,000 misfortunes, she has fallen seriously ill, and she has not even enough to buy herself a mouthful of bread. Is it really so? Oh, what sorrow you have given me! Oh, poor fairy, poor fairy, poor fairy! If I had 1,000,000, I would run and carry it to her, but I have only 40 pence. Here they are. I was going to buy a new coat. Take them, snail, and carry them at once to my good fairy. And your new coat? What matters my new coat? I would sell even these rags that I have got on to be able to help her. Go, snail, and be quick, and in 2 days return to this place, for I hope I shall be able to give you some more money. Up to this time I have worked to maintain my papa. From today I will work 5 hours more, that I may also maintain my good mamma. Goodbye. I shall expect you in 2 days. The snail, contrary to her usual habits, began to run like a lizard in a hot August sun. That evening, Pinocchio, instead of going to bed at 10 o'clock, sat up till midnight and until midnight had struck, and instead of making 8 baskets of rushes, he made 16. Then he went to bed and fell asleep. And whilst he slept, he thought that he saw the fairy smiling and beautiful, who kissed him and said, Well done, Pinocchio. To reward you for your good heart, I will give you for all that is. I will forgive you for all that is past. Boys who minister tenderly to their parents and assist them in their misery and infirmities are deserving of great praise and affection, even if they cannot be cited as examples of obedience and good behavior. Try and do better in the future, and you will be happy. At this moment, his dream ended, and Pinocchio opened his eyes and awoke. But imagine his astonishment when, upon awakening, he discovered that he was no longer a wooden puppet. but that he had become instead a boy like all other boys. He gave a glance round and saw that the straw walls of the hut had disappeared and that he was in a pretty little room furnished and arranged with a simplicity that was almost elegance. Jumping out of bed, he found a new suit of clothes ready for him, a new cap, and a pair of new leather boots that fitted him beautifully. He was hardly dressed when he naturally found his hands in his pockets and pulled out a little ivory purse on which the words were written: "The fairy with blue hair returns the 40 pence to her dear Pinocchio and thanks him for his good heart." He opened the purse, and instead of 40 copper pennies, he saw 40 shining gold pieces, fresh from the mint. He then went and looked at himself in the glass, and he thought he was someone else, for he no longer saw the usual reflection of a wooden puppet. He was greeted instead by the image of a bright, intelligent boy with chestnut hair, blue eyes, and looking as happy and joyful as if it were the Easter holidays. Right, Rex? In the midst of all these wonders, succeeding each other, Pinocchio felt quite bewildered. He could not tell if he was really awake or if he was dreaming with his eyes open. "Where can my papa be?" he exclaimed suddenly, and going into the next room, he found old Geppetto quite well, lively, and in good humor, just as he had been formerly. He had already resumed his trade of wood carving, and he was designing a beautiful frame of leaves, flowers, and the heads of animals. "Satisfy my curiosity, dear papa," said Pinocchio, throwing his arms round his neck and covering him with kisses. "How can this sudden change be accounted for?" "This sudden change in our home is all your doing," answered Geppetto. "How my doing?" "Because when boys who have behaved badly turn over a new leaf and become good, they have the power of bringing content and happiness to their families." "And where has the old wooden Pinocchio hidden himself?" "There he is," answered Geppetto, and he pointed to a big puppet leaning against a chair, with its head on one side, its arms dangling, and its legs so crossed and bent that it was really a miracle that it had remained standing. Pinocchio turned and looked at it, and after he had looked at it for a short time, he said to himself with great complacency, "How ridiculous I was when I was a puppet, and how glad I am that I have become a well-behaved little boy." And that, my dear readers and listeners, is the end of Pinocchio. What a story. What an absolutely wild story. Our dear Pinocchio staring at the puppet. Agreed. It was a very good story. A little bit sketchy there, here and there, with the whole, like, numerous times trying to murder Pinocchio. But he endeavored. He survived, barely. He took care of his papa. He took care of the good fairy. He still technically murdered the grasshopper, which I still haven't come to grips with. His best friend, the donkey, formerly Candlewick the boy, passed away. It is. It truly is. Yeah. That's just absolutely terrifying. Now, it's weird because this is by Carlo Cristi Ferenzi, and that I thought this image here, this is another version by the same artist, doesn't look nearly as terrifying, honestly. It's like, obviously we've got the crazy coat and the shorts and the wooden legs, but he's nowhere near as terrifying. I don't know why. Is it the hat? The hat is what makes him scary. So without the hat, he's somehow more terrifying. Yeah. Looks just like an unfortunate boy with some, yeah, with some unfortunate genetics. Yeah, yeah. with some weird bony legs, he clearly needs to get to the gym more, is my takeaway. But yes, so dear Geppetto in good health, and our sweet Pinocchio is now a real boy. Yeah, the hat was keeping him contained. Yeah, I would say that is probably the case. Yes. Yes. Um this story from beginning to end was full of all kinds of hijinks and shenanigans. There were lessons to be had about, going to school or else you'll become a donkey. Unfortunately, very real. There were lessons about not lying, and then there's consequences when they were. They were consequences to talking to strangers and believing the things that you're told, um, like his money that was lost, um, and just, you know, bad people do bad things, and don't trust any old random person you meet on the road. Yes, yes, or dogfish, aka whales, um, will eat anything. Apparently, it's possible. I know that killer whales eat moose. The more you know, um, because moose like to eat seaweed. And what does that mean? They dive into the ocean and swim down to eat the seaweed off the bottom of the ocean floor. And killer whales are like, that's a meal, and snap them up because Alaska. It's just, it's wild here. That's all you need to know. It's very, very wild. I think this was the picture of Pinocchio seeing Candlewick before he expired. But I don't know, it's just very sad. I'm sad for Candlewick, who didn't truly deserve to die. It was just a very unfortunate set of circumstances there for Candlewick. So, to all of you, my lovely listeners, if you are along for the ride, let's go visit my friend Sino the crocodile, and we'll go find out what he's doing. And I appreciate all of you sticking around and listening. And if you're around on Sunday, I will be visiting the Sea of Thieves and going back for more tall tales on Monkey Island. If you want to check that out, that will be at 6 p.m. EDT um, with, you know, my various, piratey crew, including Snackery, um, will be there, and Slightly Stupid Bear and Valis, of course. So, we'll catch you next time on Dragon Ball Z. I'm kidding. You'll catch us next time here at the library with Vexing Cat. So I appreciate each and every one of you, and hold your horses, and let's go for a ride and go for a raid.